Good morning. Are we all feeling rested? My voice sounds great this morning. That show yesterday really took it out of me. Well, thank you guys for such a wonderful week. We have been having the absolute best time with you all, and we have another amazing day of interviews. Today is our last day of classes. So if I don't get a chance to see all of you before you all leave tonight, just thank you for an incredible week. We hope that you, not only your dancers, but you leave feeling inspired, and that we have given you the tools and all of the knowledge that we can give you. And hopefully we will see you guys next year as well. But we have some amazing interviews for you guys kicking off today.
We do. Our first speaker this morning is someone that I have the privilege to call my friend, someone who has the career that every dancer dreams of having. Justin Bieber, Missy Elliott, Mary J. Blige, TLC, Cardi B, award shows, Glee, Fame, Hairspray. I mean, I could go on and on and on. But please help me welcome to our stage, Connect.
Woo!
That was nice.
That was good, huh? Come on over.
Wow, this is great.
It's great, right?
Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Yes. Thank you for waking up early, bringing your kids, traveling from wherever. I'm 41. I've been doing this since I was 4, and my mom's a dance parent. And every dance parent from a dance school in New York City took me on the train to one dance school. Then one picked me up from another and took me to the other. So thank you for the village. Yes.
Now, Connect, you said you were just here for the last 2 weeks working on the Aaliyah tribute.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that and rehearsing here?
I got the honor to perform at this year's Essence Fest in the Aaliyah tribute with Fatima Robinson, her original choreographer, Swoop, Ro, some of the original dancers. Again, some of these jobs when I was a kid wasn't a thing available, so the length of it going around a Missy or a TLC, when I got that email for Aaliyah, I cried.
Yeah.
I cried because you still, after so many years and some decades, you still get excited about something. You still feel the joy through any adversity or whatever. It was just like, oh, it was perfect, So, and it was good. And Aaliyah has rehearsed in these studios, so we were watching old rehearsals in all of these studios. And it was like the original dancers, it was just something unique that I never knew would come to us. And then we had to dance with the in-ears, and the in-ears were messing up, and you want to do good. But it was really special to have that experience, and they really gave us like a courtside experience. It was wonderful.
Well, one of the biggest things with Hollywood Dance Experience is we want to give these parents the tools, but also showcase all of the different stories, all of the different avenues. There's no right way to do this industry. So can you talk a little bit about being raised in New York, trying to figure it out, getting yourself out here to LA? Like, what did that journey look like for you?
I grew up in a dance school in the Bronx. I was doing nothing but classical dance all through 80s and 90s. I went to a ballet school in New York called SAB, School of American Ballet. I got to dance at the Opera, Metropolitan Opera, do Aida, all these things. Boom. As soon as I was like a teenager and they scout you for the company, turns out Connect is a little too small and not enough extension for New York City Ballet. Well, what do? I just gave my whole life to this place, like 12 years. What happens? You think being in the #1 dance school, they try to send you to some places. But ballet's very, to itself. So somehow, as a random teenager, I would never do this under Darlene Carr's rule, my mom. But one day, I went and I cut high school and took a hip-hop class and a tap class and started returning to some roots. I'm from the Bronx. I'm from Cedric Avenue. Hip-hop started on my block. But growing up classically trained and everything, I went and saw a show. There's a crew called the Mount Boys, where I'm from in New York, which I became a part of that crew. And I bought a t-shirt, and the next day I cut school, and I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I just was learning politics as a teenager. So I tell all my students, for every no you get, there's a bigger and better yes coming for you. So you fast forward 2 years, I'm cutting ballet school, cutting regular school. I already went to performing arts school in Times Square. They let us go out for lunch. So I was like, chassé para to class. Didn't know what I was doing, but I told my mom, hey, Ma, I need a passport. I'm going on an opening act for an Usher tour. Couldn't really explain how I got all that to her right away, but something about expediting a passport. She's like, what have you been up to? I'll tell you later. Remember that crew I was dancing with? And then it turned out even better because doing the Fames, doing the Hairsprays, I get to tap, do ballet. I was hosting Missy Elliott's tour last year and doing Gene Kelly Singing in the Rain into I Can't Stand the Rain. So just being open to things. I always tell my students, you don't have to do every style in dance, but if you try and study movement, whether it's fencing, if you do hip hop but you don't do tap, but you might see an arm. How do you take in the influence? And maybe that might want to take you to the next class or the knowledge of something. So just kind of being open, and I had a great support system. Again, so many people. I only had one parent growing up, so the whole family of dance school family helped me out anywhere. So that's, was wonderful.
I want to talk to you a little bit about just technique versus artistry, because if you've never seen Connect dance, he is one of the most technical dancers. Like, he will go from hitting grooves and doing all the things to like a triple tour off the knee into like jumps and leaps and turns. It's incredible. I had no idea you were a technical dancer when I first met you because you were doing a lot of hip hop at the time. But can you talk to the parents just about the importance of being a versatile dancer and studying your craft in all of the different genres and how that has helped you attain so many different jobs across the spectrum?
So my lifetime of training, when I thought, no ballet companies. Again, I went to the #1 school. I'm not going to some other ballet company. We're being snooty. It's like I just didn't know what to do. But having these tools, the details, ballet being so detailed, tap, jazz, you start understanding, I see movement. Hey, I can try that. So now it's not just in dance. It's in fencing. It's in sports. It's in martial arts, a Tai Chi. I don't know, bowling. Everything is movement. So the technique and that foundation made everything like a playground to me. Shout out to Marguerite Derricks, coach.
Here
She
yesterday.
mentioned your name twice.
Yeah.
Yes!
No other dancer did she mention, but she mentioned you twice in her interview.
I love Coach. Marguerite was the first person that gave me the opportunity to show my technique in the professional world, coming into the commercial world. I mean, I've done Fame with her, several Oscars, movies, all types of things. Like, the woman brings me to tears. She's so special. She nurtures being a leader, but still being of a dancer, but she can just make you fly when you didn't know you could fly, and she does it with a saunter and her True Religion jeans. It's just so like, it's a wonderful being, and she's given me such a way with the technique. So in doing all these hip-hop jobs, hip-hop world, I'm Connect. I'm not going to Marguerite Derricks like, yo, what's up, I'm Connect, Classic Connect. No, hey, I'm Anthony Carr, nice to meet you. So some people on the Marguerite jobs didn't know who Connect was till they did a hip-hop job. Like, this guy Connect's coming here. Oh, who is he? So just finding that, getting the chance to have that technique was my open playground, my gateway to any type of movement. I grew up doing doing dance, and then I'd go to sports camp for a month. Dance camp for a month. Movement was a thing, and it brought something out of me, And my mom, being a dance teacher, she didn't put me in dance. She would just let me run around the dance school, and one of the coworkers put me in a tap class full of noisy girls, and I was like, this is my place. I love applause. I'm like, what is that? So the connection of having the skills of the technique, it just gave me an opening. I didn't know, again, being from the Bronx, there was no hip-hop classes. All that stuff died out when I was growing up, So to have that comeback and to be able to do that and just never know. I tell kids, this is not even my dream, and this is such a dream. It's amazing.
Yeah. We've been talking a lot about the I made it moment or breakthrough moments. What is a time in your career where you really felt like, okay, I'm doing it, it's happening, I got to keep the momentum, but like felt proud of yourself?
Okay, Hairspray. Because I had just did 2 years of touring with an artist, and then I did the movie Step Up. So then I did Step Up, and the same producers and everybody from Step Up did Hairspray. Now, mind you, Step Up, you had to work as a local. I'm from New York. Hey, come audition for this movie in Baltimore. Pfft, who does that? That's silly. Got on a train, had one outfit, a book, and a phone charger, and auditioned that day. And Zach Woodley, who was an assistant choreographer then, who's the head choreographer of Glee and all those things in his early time, it's like, will you stay and do the job? So from Step Up, that got me into the world with Hairspray folks. Then all of a sudden, we flew to Toronto. We're all like 20 years old, our own condos. I only knew how to make pasta then, just spaghetti every night. It's the stove, you know. But Hairspray very much put us in a rotation. John Travolta, Queen Latifah, they were all really great people. Everybody was really like a family. And then I had us from New York, the LA dancers, and then the Toronto dancers, bless their souls. The Canadians took us in. Then got me into doing jobs in Canada with Luther Brown and all these people. But it was Hairspray. We came here for 2 weeks to promote the movie, and I never went home since. I think I went home and grabbed a bag, but I came here, and I think that's when it was really like, whoa, because just 2 weeks was like, I'm just here, and how am I now staying on somebody's couch? And there was no Chase Bank in LA at the time. So I would ask my mom to wire me money. She's like, open a Bank of America account and get an apartment. So I got an apartment and went on tour with Corbin Bleu. Wow. That's what happens. So that's that. You start seeing New York. Something I felt in the 2 years was like, I got so much, 2 movies, been touring. I didn't know what it was, but when I got to LA, I started doing 3 movies a year. Another tour, I call tour summer camp. Every summer I'm on a tour, so it's there. You start seeing, I love talking to everybody, so that works in my favor, even if we haven't worked together, but they gave me the name Connect, my crew. I love connecting. Like, you know somebody everywhere. I ran into Deshaun, one of my best friends, Juice Boy Fresh, in Africa. How you run to my first LA best friend, my family member, in Africa, 2 separate acts. What? Yeah. So you're in rotation. You start seeing the magnetism. Yeah.
So we talk a lot about the importance of networking, and obviously, you just spoke on one job leading to another job, How are you able to network but make it genuine? Because I think sometimes that's hard for people, knowing when to strike a conversation, how to strike a conversation. Marguerite was just up here and she said, he'll just reach out to me and be like, hey coach, how are you? I'm just checking in on you. So how do these parents and children develop that skill set to put them in the position to be like you and be a consistently working dancer?
I do, thanks to Darlene Carr, have that just special gift of, it's natural for me to want to connect with people. I'm going to think of people naturally, but it's these dance experience. I grew up every Saturday of dance, then a dance camp. I remember writing people's emails down before I ever had internet, when AOL was on dial-up, the little yellow guy, just to keep in touch. I didn't even have internet yet. What are you doing? So it's in my heart, but this environment created it. I would say, if you can, sometimes, who are all my dance friends? I always tell my students, get a dance journal. If you learned anything from scholastic school, academics, you got your subjects, organization, write in a book. What did I learn today? What was my lesson plan? How did I do? What did I have trouble with? How was the crowd? Because people can get social anxiety. How did I, what was that there? Was I hard on myself? What did I eat today? Was it a lot of sugar? How do you evaluate and see for yourself?
That's good.
In that sense, more and more. So those things, then I go, take that, go to your teacher. You have the access of social media now, whatever's reachable for you in the best way. Hey, again, just reach out to somebody. I just reach out. I won't start it as an artist. I started as a human. The artist part is what you expect. Hey, you did that award show in 2004. It was the best thing in my life. They're going to get that all the time, just a human thing. Yeah. Clothes. How you feeling today? I know you're quite the busy person. When's the last time you had a vacation? But there's a savviness and a comfortability you have to have. But I learned that with dance. And doing it so early, my grandfather would call me the politician at 4 years old, shaking everybody's hands. And as life preserves and you see, I love human connection. I love being at this age now, I don't have kids, but all this micro-parenting of dance class, it's just, some moments I just cry watching the students. It's remembering that and connecting to it. I was big on, my mom brought me up with thank you cards and certain things like that.
Yeah.
The human aspect, because in the artistic sense, we can lose the human aspect in artistic passion. Dancing hours a day, who knows? They go from yellow minions to purple minions. So a patience, and not every time it works with every person. So you give yourself time. Going from dancing to just choreographing, it's like being in an MBA and now I'm going into the front office. But all them dance contacts are not the same choreography contacts. So I'll hit up Marguerite, just learning stuff. What is it? But the relationships, and for me, it just is sincere. And I always tell people, if you have any trouble, you just say, hey, I just love to be in your artistic space if that's ever possible. I'm a new young person. If I can volunteer my time, I'll still volunteer my time for the passion. But a genuine space, if you have to just speak artistic, hey, I'm a young dancer trying to learn, would love to intern, shadow you. Paul Becker would talk about that all the time. Paul Becker shadowed Kenny Ortega on Michael Jackson's This Is It. The Paul Becker. He said, I'm gonna get my homie coffee. I'm gonna assist him. I'm gonna look out. When you can be a Swiss Army knife and fit all those things. Every day you guys are the parent, the manager, you got your own business, you gotta make the food, you're the chef, you're the this, the that, So back to the school, organizing and giving them maybe 5 subjects on dance. If they're gonna do it with school, we're gonna do it with dance. I grew up doing both. And most kids are gonna be doing their homework between 8 and 12 o'clock after dance. So them learning that professionalism and reflecting it to them like, your boss baby, you're learning. Don't get ahead of yourself, but you're learning. When you go through this threshold, this is what we do. This is your purpose, Thank you, be kind. So I think that human aspect and connecting and just being genuine about growing under a leader.
When it comes to connecting, because you started in this industry when social media was not as prevalent, so how have you been able to take that human connection and put that online and continue building your community?
Morals and integrity, be you online. Don't start going to morph to what you think is what. In that way, I'm very, I guess, because of dance and learning discipline, very comfortable with myself. But still the human aspect, if you reach out to somebody, if I can't say it exactly to you there, send it in some words. Send a video. I literally will reach out to people. Hey, I'm a choreographer. I love your dancing. If you're ever around a collab, unify, would love to, because now I'm in the age that if Baryshnikov had an Instagram and was going to still be doing ballet, I could be like, yo, B, what's up? Yeah. And he's taking class with us at SAB. Or, if Gregory Hines, you can reach out to people there, and everybody's a little kinder and a little more open because the environment's more open. And I think just that human aspect, it's not, oh, give me a job, or I'd like to learn.
Yeah.
And how can I have an educational experience around you? Just because professionalism is not auditioning for your favorite artist and getting a tour, it's how you handle yourself with production. Do you even know a CPR if somebody chokes on a tour bus? Like, what are these things, and learning that.
So you have been dancing since you were 4 years old, and that's a very long career. That's a very long time to use your body professionally. And, some of our creative directors on here have talked about the shelf life of a dancer. Do you feel like you have a shelf life? Do you feel like you can continue dancing? Do you feel like you have to stop at a certain age?
No. So when I became 23, in an early way, I said, I'm forgetting the concept of age. Keep your mind sharp, keep your body right. I can still backflip, I can still move. Yeah. My mom was very big on the maintenance, the soaking, the stretching. If you can get a massage, rolling out, magnesium, certain things like that. Just that alone, you want to be able to always feel like you can move. Tony Basil's like 75 out dancing us. Frank Gatson, I can still do axles with him. Yeah. Like, it's moved as the generations go on. They preserve and show it more. Swoop, when I was doing the Aaliyah tribute, one of her choreographers and dancers, is 57.
Yeah.
Doing all the moves on the floor with us. I'm like, yo, OG. He coming in rehearsal with his waist belt and everything, trying to sustain.
Yeah.
But he's getting down, and it's like, from a baby being a drooling baby in a walker, feeling movement, to just somebody in a cane. Movement in any way, any texture, inflicts something special.
Yeah.
You know, that expression, but just maintenance.
Yeah.
You know, I feel like I got it easier because I'm closer to the ground. My tall friends might be tougher, but maintenance still. And that's really the big thing, being practical about what you can do. But if you know, it's like riding a bike, and you will need to exercise that muscle. So a lot of people, it's really like, whoa, I haven't done this in a while. I actively teach. So if I'm still not on a dance job, I'm moving.
Have you ever had any major injuries that have put you out for periods of time?
Ooh, not like, bless me to God, not a long
Right.
time. But when I was touring with Bieber, we were in Mexico City, lost my shoe on stage, went up to the second level. I was like, I'm killing it on this one time. Went down the steps, slipped on the thing, sprained the ankle, but I'm a technical dancer, so I had to hop and figure it out. I was using my center, but at 5 days to heal up, already that night they were calling somebody to replace me. I remember laying my head on Nick DeMora's shoulder because they gave me a cortisone shot in my rear, and I was like, I've never felt this, I'm gonna lay down. And then the laws of attraction kicked in, because also lost my debit card at the ATM. And then when we got to Brazil, they lost my luggage,
Oh, no.
which came back 6 months later at Disney World. When we were in Disney World, the management sent it there. I don't know how. So I had no clothes, no money. I'm tied up icing my foot, and all I'm doing is watching the show, not ruling myself out. What I'm gonna do? How can I figure this out? It is a risk I know I can take. Come on, I was on tour with him for like 3 years, doing movies. Yeah, I'm staying right here. But it was one of the most special experiences. That dance brings something out of you. Dance brought something out of me that in that 5 days or so, I came back and I did a backflip on that first show, and they said, how'd you do that injured? Well, I flipped off my good foot and landed on my good foot. I planned this. But that moment was a turning moment. They're always fast moments, not too long. I got food poisoning during Step Up in the final scene. So on cut, I'd throw up, and on action, I was shaking these hips dancing.
Yeah.
Dance does something to you. That 5, 6, 7, 8, it does something. So those things, but I've been, and my mom says it, thank gosh, you know, you've been pretty healthy your whole career, but maybe an ankle sprain, you know, a hit of the knee, but again, maintenance when you feel
Right.
it.
When it comes to the mental, because this is all physical, but when it comes to the mental, it's just as important, if not more.
Yes.
How would you advise dancers to handle the in-betweens of the jobs, the 10 no's before the yes, you know, their best friend going into the audition together and they get it and she doesn't? How would you advise them to handle those situations and take on that positive outlook that you have to make it to that next step?
Eventually, over time of experiencing it, they'll feel it. Hopefully right away, they talk to the families, because you guys are going to give us the best guidance as people. Hi-Hat, another great mentor of mine, great choreographer, says, take nothing personal. People have understanding the feelings and environment. So, okay, hey kid, what'd you feel today? What was the energy like? Did you ever feel like that? What do you do? Sometimes is it a breath here? Is it, can I just go to the bathroom? And it's a something there. I guess seeing how you feel, because dance is still a safe environment, but still like an amusement park. Roller coasters are scary. How did you feel? What's great about having this is basically a dance rehearsal all day. So what you see, how'd you feel? What were the people's treatment? Ever a time the choreographer really was like, how'd you take it? That moment naturally will happen where you share it with your friends. Oh my God, girl, yeah, da-da-da-da-da. So they'll get that out. Also, knowing their friends and that good source. My mom knows which one of my friends is like, don't listen to them. But yeah, okay, that makes sense. So knowing that there, if we can't get to you, they'll get to each other. But being understanding being understanding about it. People are in these places and not everybody has the same feel, the pressure, so you'll feel something. Remember why you're doing this. Remember what you love if you can in that moment, you know. And then sometimes they won't remember any of that and they're going to get through the day and eventually it will sink in and process. But at least getting them to be aware, what is the environment like? You'll see by their reactions what they can share, what they're trying to share. Sometimes they're just trying to compute it and figure it out. Because it's just mainly, you might feel like, oh, you fail your leader, or there's times I was like, I'm going to get fired. There was times on the Missy Elliott tour, I was coming up the rise and crying, greetings, ladies and gentlemen. Just like, you never know. So, but I had friends to talk to, you know, that had my mom, or, you know, when you can, you know, and sometimes they'll just learn. Eventually it will be, but dance, it keeps them resilient. So I think more than anything, they're going to push through until it's really like, all right, this is too much.
So I want to talk a little bit about tour life, because that's something that seems so glamorous. Everybody wants to go on tour, travel the world, but there are so many things about tour life that people don't see. You mentioned your luggage being lost, losing your debit card, missed flights. I've slept in airports before. And I also heard that you went on tour at a very young age. What were some of the things that you personally needed to handle that type of stress and environment and deal with being around older people too? Because a lot of times when younger kids go on tour, it can be a hit or miss on what kind of environment it's going to be for such a young kid being with these older seasoned dancers.
Thank gosh for dance school all my life, giving me that professionalism, doing a lot of shows. 18 was my first tour. I was dancing for a young lady named JoJo, not JoJo Siwa. Her name was JoJo Levesque. She said, leave, get out, boom, changed my life. Yeah. Shout out to Lorianne Gibson.
Yeah.
Richard Jackson. Yes! Yeah. She started me in my career. Oh, she taught me the passion of dance, honey bunches of oats, muffin. Oh, she taught me. Yeah. But I used to call my mom from tour like, I don't like this. These people are mean. What is this? I don't get it. Like, it takes time. You start learning the ropes because there's still fun there. 18, traveling the world. I got my teddy bear with me from when I was a kid at the top of the Eiffel Tower. Like, there are things you see, but I just think dance keeps you resilient, but you start learning the business, people in the business.
Yeah.
First tour manager was holding back money that we weren't even getting per diem money to pay for food on the day. We couldn't even get catering at the arena. So some people's greeds can affect your kid's stomach. Good thing having certain people on the team and learning things like that. Every dancer's not so friendly. I really call tour rich jail. I've never been to jail, but when I say that, you see anything, it's all a place of trade-off, a place of where you hear from one reason, everybody's whatever. You can do it quietly and keep your head low, or you can be, oh, you're the cool person that gets everybody into the clubs. Oh, you're the really funny person. Oh, you're the one that's gonna go and get everything. Sometimes people can get lost in high school. The peer pressure, the groups. You can go chill with the managers and everything, but if you're at the bottom of the totem pole, you get in trouble first. Just for whatever, who knows? We're now watching your environment. Being on tour is a beautiful thing. But you're on the tour bus. No pooping on the tour bus. So you gotta watch what you eat before you leave. You're on a 40-foot bus with 13 other humans double your size. I'm walking through the thing, guys, big things. I'm like, hey, how you doing? Excuse me. Good morning. All right, yeah. You know, it's just, you know, it's that. Waking up 5 a.m., going to the border and getting out. It's a lot of, I say, how do you survive the personal while moving? Everything is public when you're on tour. Everybody on your tour bus watches everything, knows all your habits, all whatever. You know, so you really watch it. I have one of my good friends on tour. You would never see her. I never even knew she wore a bonnet for like 3 months. You just would never see her transformation. Some people you hardly see when they're in their jammies. You see some people that feel like they're at home on the bus, and some people will wait for other people to wake up. So once everybody's gone, then they can, you know, get their due and get ready. Or it's interesting watching everybody. The people you tour with for years, You're not going to call you the next week when you're back home and you're
Yeah.
local. But I'm connect. I'm going to talk to everybody. I really value that experience. But it's summer camp on wheels. Summer camp on wheels. Are you the kid that gets the snacks at the canteen? That's a better analogy.
Yeah.
Oh, you cool with the counselors that give y'all extra milkshakes? Or, oh, let's sneak over to the basketball court at night. Yeah, the owner's kid's got the key. It's that, but you can fall into a lot of the socialing and partying. You can be very lonely. I was so lonely on this last Missy Elliott tour. I was the oldest one. I mean, I rock with everybody, but it just, I didn't get to always be with the dancers. It was a different thing. I grew up dancing for Missy Elliott since 2008. Now I'm the host and choreographing. So now I'm with the band, and there's certain different things. And there were just things I just learned. I also wanted a lot of my space. I couldn't wait to get to the hotel room, So it's a lot of that, just learning the things of traveling. If you have a passport, what is your copy? What do you do? But people can be very lonely. You can be very social. Then you get over it. Oh, I tell kids, enjoy your dream job the first week of the first day, because after that, it's your everyday. And you're like, can I take a break?
Yeah.
So then you get burnt out.
Yeah.
Can I learn another step? I'm just doing this. I don't want to do anything else. I'm tired. I don't want to be around all these people, so they go further, but you don't know. So people are quiet these days. So it's a whole lot. But it would be like just going to high school and then having to go to summer school and going back during the year.
What are some of your favorite memories from getting to travel all over the country and the world?
I love architecture. So when I was touring with JoJo, instead of actually reading it in the history book, we went to the House of Versailles. We were going to landscapes, the Temple of Buddha, you know what I'm saying? All these different things. I loved being able to travel and see things that were just a set to me. I didn't even know California was real. I flew a plane for the first time at 17. It was just where they did Fresh Prince. I was like, oh, snap. So the traveling, one morning, the realization. One morning, my last morning, it was my second time to Paris. It's when I took my teddy bear Bud to the top of the Eiffel Tower. That morning I woke up, and then later that day I flew back to New York, went back 8 hours, and got up out of the cab in the Bronx where I was born, and going in my building like I woke up in Paris this morning. Yeah. Who gets to do this? It was Halloween in Japan, and then we did our thing, and then we flew to England, and when we landed in England, it was Halloween still. Again, I was a child of the TV, so it was still late at night when we got there, and I turned the corner, I was by myself looking for a shop, and everything got all misty. And I was thinking about vampires and Jack the Ripper, and I'm like, that can't be real, but it's England. So it's the nuance of going to places. Yeah. When you really take that in, it's just something special. I love to learn language anywhere, at least hello, thank you, some greeting of hospitality somewhere, but
One thing that we haven't touched on too much, but that you mentioned and that I think is a really important conversation is advocating for yourself as a dancer. You mentioned, per diem being held back at a young age. And, sometimes our agents don't know what's happening to us on jobs. How and when should a dancer know to advocate for themselves or speak up if they feel like they're not being treated well, or maybe reach out to an agent and be like, hey, this is happening? Or was there ever a time you felt like you had to step up and advocate for yourself?
I want to say, in agents' patience, it's okay every day to ask a question about the job. Especially, I think we need to keep our agents responsible to educate us. Yeah. I always say, I don't think anybody was going to school to exactly be an agent that's at all these agencies.
Right.
So we're all navigating with each other in a sense. So just, hey, this happened. I don't know in my experience, but it seemed, what's what. Right. I didn't really know to think that then, but thank you to Vivian Chu, the other manager on tour. She got that, and she fixed that situation right away. We had somebody come in. So sometimes it could happen. You won't know until it's there. But if something just seems out of normal hospitality, or what am I? Thank gosh for them GBTs today. Mm-hmm. What do I need as a dancer going on tour? It's going to tell you at least a roundup. Mm-hmm. Right. So you can at least ask in this world, because they'll definitely forget the small paperwork. And dancers, again, they're just at the bottom. It's like, you're not caring for kids or something. So You got to just be able to just email the agents on set. Any SAG job, there's a SAG rep on any SAG job. If the air's wrong, you talk to the SAG rep. So do you have a rep on any job? If you're on a live job, hit up Dancers Alliance, you know, like a Dana or who else? A bunch of people, you know, they're all there. Ava Bernstein, you know, some other people. But you want to, things like that. So if it's live, maybe some Dancers Alliance folks or your agents would know some stuff. On Marguerite jobs, she had the range of dancers that so many great older dancers were able to inform us. So many great Dominique Kellys and all these different people were just, so you'll learn that there, teaching your kid to just watch the environment. You know business and you know people. That's what this is in its own artistic way. So if we can find those things, if they, as they go, learn to see these things and have that open relationship to share, kind of helps navigate. It's easy with my mom and I to talk about dance. She's a dancer, you know. Darlene Carr's gonna, you know, be in there. So I had that pretty easy. But those are little ways to connect and, you know, bring it out of them.
Yeah. When it comes to agencies, obviously social media has really changed the game for a lot of professionals. At what point does a dancer potentially no longer go on auditions and receive that agent direct bookings? At what point in the career does that happen? Does that always happen? Are you still auditioning? What does that look like nowadays?
I'm pretty fortunate. I forget whenever the last auditions I do have, but I am, when I got to my mid-30s, I was just more selective about it. Instead of submitting and going to every audition, where's the freedom of what I'm doing? Where's my Gene Kelly? Where's my Fred Astaire? Where's my breath? So I'm able to support my life with dance. It has a natural rotation. You're not like, you do know or you don't know. It just, you know, it happens, you know, but everything has a fluctuation in and out also. You know, there's times like, here, I just did this Aaliyah job. The last time I actually was on stage performing a big thing was hosting Missy Elliott Tour. That was at least a year and change. I'm also trying to pursue, you know, other things and stuff, but kind of just fluctuates. It's really like the weather. There's never, it's here and then it's that. You know, you start making the choices. Also, it is tougher to start growing older and how you take the leadership of other people. Not if they're even younger. It's just experience or just consideration. I can't take it. I never knew I had so much actual, like, ooh, if they call it trauma or whatever, I hate submitting myself for a dance rehearsal. Like, I love this Aaliyah job. I was right in there like, man, can we go to lunch? Let's do this for 4 hours and get up out of here. Because you're submitting yourself to your time, however your leader does it or the job requires. Here, we had a rehearsal. We finished here early evening. We were flying out at 5 a.m. to land in New Orleans, to land at 2, and then go to a rehearsal from 2 to 10 p.m. Didn't check in my room till 12. Do a rehearsal the next day, then the next morning, wake up at 7 a.m. for a tech rehearsal on show day. Then from there, wardrobe, hair, back to the arena at night to perform at midnight. Oh my gosh. I just want to do this and get out of here. So I think the best thing is in your growth, you know. I love it. I love that I can still move. But I know I really want to push into choreography and traveling and teaching more. I really believe I could change the world connecting and educating with people and just sharing the joy and love of dance. It should be like Woodstock, like, you know, some 60s in peace, like 500,000 people and no violent incident happened. Like, wow, how do we do that there? So it's just over time. Your interest will change. Most of us were dancing, DJ, you know, Twitch became big producer. We did Hairspray together, grew into there. All these people. I've watched you go from dancing to a business owner. Like so many people, some people just, I'm over it, you know. I have that gift to want to move, but I don't always want to be in that position. You have to submit to it. And you'll have to do it on every level, but I guess growth is growth. You do it enough, you know what I'm saying? Eventually I got to wear some jeans. I can't wear sweats every day. I do want to, though.
So, what does this transition for you look like? Is this something that's happening for you right now, moving from dancer to choreographer to creative director? I know that you are now hosting for the Missy Elliott Tour. Is that a transition that happened naturally? Is that something you advocated yourself to take on? What did that look like?
Missy knew my technical side and stuff, but wouldn't let me ever do that on the hip hop job. I'm the associate choreographer of The Wiz on Broadway. So when you see people like Missy and her manager at the premiere of the show you're choreographing, that's pretty nice. It's just those things. So, you know, that kind of Broadway stuff, the hosting, it's in my natural persona already dancing. So something will grow there more. Now, I really thought like doing The Wiz on Broadway and hosting this Missy tour, whoa, momentum would be kicking in. I work hard, I'm doing everything. The momentum, I don't know, it just didn't kick in, but having it there and the experience and then in the right places, what that is, but it's still trying to find the right people. Like I say, going from basketball player to the front office, now, you know, what are the right business things, you know, things like that, what works. I have a million great relationships. Doesn't mean they all do that. So every day, it's almost like parenting, nothing near, but you know, it's every day, something new, these kids, a new thing or something. Every day, I'm so happy to be alive and healthy to figure it out. When I'm doing a hip-hop job with Aaliyah, but if hip-hop job's dead, then I'm rocking with Marguerite. Marguerite Derrick's got 62-year-old dancers dancing with us on the job. Jumping and everything. I'm like, what's your workout regimen? Oh my gosh. But when you got somebody like Marguerite, you get out the wheelchair and dance. Oh, it's so special. So, yeah, just kind of like those things like that.
You've done so many amazing things throughout your career. What is like a bucket list item or like a dream goal of yours as you kind of progress and take on more opportunities?
I thought about this a couple weeks ago. I want to choreograph for Bruno Mars for sure.
That would be a good fit for you.
I want to be the unifying face of dance that brings these styles together. I'm from Sedgwick Avenue, 195 in the Bronx, but I'm still going to do every ballet combo with you and all these things to have a vernacular that brings people together and understanding. I'd love to just be the modern day Fred Astaire, Sammy Davis Jr., be like a male Paula Abdul. I don't sing or nothing, but to see somebody produce, choreograph, host, perform, I want to fill every slice of the pizza pie. I'm from New York, I love pizza. So that feel, how can I be that modern day, how they were doing that? Fred Astaire inspired in 1951, inspired Michael Jackson's Smooth Criminal, like doing those things there.
I want to ask a little bit about, or talk a little bit about financial literacy, because I think that's one thing that as parents, we worry about our kids. When you work your typical 9 to 5 or have a corporate job, you have that 401k, you have that security. Marguerite did talk a little bit about SAG dancers and earning a pension over time. What have you learned about financial literacy as a dancer, or what steps have you taken to make sure that you're okay in between jobs and as we get older to secure, you know, our bigger dreams and goals as adults?
You start with like you're right now. Just in these last 2 years, I'm like, oh man, when I was dancing for people, I was making $2,000 a week. Now I'm making $2,000 a month. What do I do? Why do I make money? Oh, okay, teaching dance. How much money am I making? $500 a week. Oh man, gotta find more dance schools. What is your now and what are you working on? So if the dancers starting early, all that hairspray money or whatever that was, sometimes the parents really staying on the kid, might not outspend, but really showing a future for them, what you can do for this. If you don't mind me asking, what are your type of checks? Now let's just think about something down the line, all right, you're in LA. How do you, if you're just dancing, you're not gonna do the Starbucks, you're not gonna do none of that, what you gonna do? If you're gonna teach dance, what are the dance schools you're gonna teach at? How much are you gonna make a week? It's flexible, helps you with your schedule. You can, there's times I'm making, 800 in a day or something. It goes, but you have to fill your slots. How many hours a day is this, and what are you allocating towards your career? If you know your SAG stuff, it takes a while to build up to get SAG, and then SAG charges you an arm and a leg to be a part of it. Okay, so then from there to get to the Marguerite SAG pensions, then you got to build it. I had SAG health insurance. Oh, and then all that COVID hit. Ain't no SAG jobs. I lost SAG insurance. Oh man, how y'all do me like that? So even SAG can be in and out. I just had a friend the other day, grew up dancing her whole life, and probably when she was like 21 or something, her mom was like, well, you're gonna start learning nursing school or something like that. She did all her dancing and everything. She's a successful nurse now and does all that. Just what do you have to go back? I love the dancers that have gone to college and did all that, because then what do you have? Blessed be to God. I graduated from high school at 17. I did not go to college. Of course, my mom still wants me to do some online college. I'm gonna get there, but like, God bless, like, I might be able, I could just be here, no limbs, but my personality will do something, hosting, talking, leading you through what is it with dance? I've been able to generate things like teaching dance. Yeah. Teaching dance goes from dance schools, traveling and teaching. I've done talking seminars to teach teachers how to engage into their student and extract something out to project in their performance. When TLC couldn't go on tour during COVID, God bless Steve LaBelle, a very big music manager in the business. I always knew I wanted to help people and thought I'd do it through charity. For 3 years, I then became a therapist at a rehab center working with patients of substance abuse. He saw something he knew of me and something artistic, put me in a program to study, see if I liked it, get certified, had program director working on me all day, doing stuff I never did. The words are moving fast. I'm like, slow down, read. I'm studying online, looking up people, all types of things. And at one point, I was teaching 20% of the curriculum at the rehab center. Wow. And then, you do your stuff. And then from there, you're running the Cardi B rehearsals for the Grammys. So thank gosh they were understanding, but things will come. I do have that now certification there in therapy that at one point I just wasn't dancing. I was like, oh, I don't have to worry about a dance check. Every day since I've been a kid, I look for a new job every day, basically. As a dancer, no job. A Bieber can go 3 years, maybe at the most, so getting into the avenues. Is it artist? If you're going to be in Just Dance, how do you make your money there? The teaching, artist developing. Can you get into choreography? Can you be an assistant for a production company on the weekends to learn to be a PA? Yeah. To learn how everything works. You get those connections. My boy Mike Vargas danced with us on Justin Bieber. Yeah. Nick Demore came in the job with me as an alternate. Nick Demore is his choreographer. We started together like, I don't even know if they're going to keep us on this job. Look at the guy today. And Nick was very big about doing things on his iPad. He was very creative, doing stuff online. So what do you have that's going to invest into something? Yeah. What can you do? You know what I'm saying? Is it, boom, weekend, drive a Uber, if that's your thing, I got friends I do jobs with, and sometimes they work in the desk at the dance school. It's like we're Jamaican. We got a million jobs. And that openness, and to have that talk with people and, those things. So what are your avenues? What can you really do? What's really practical before I got to start sending you money every month?
Yeah.
So today you are teaching all of our kids. They're looking forward to it. You're doing some musical theater.
Yes.
When you go into a classroom and you teach, what are you looking for? Number one, in terms of star quality, but number two, what are you hoping that the kids take away from your classes?
A fun experience. Well, we doing anything if it ain't fun. So, a fun experience, but something to still make them feel safe. It's not about a reward. You're not supposed to leave knowing it and, all the young kid rewards and being in the front. What's the experience? Today I'm doing musicals I'm all involved in. So I did the remake of Fame, and I work with Debbie Allen, so I'm gonna, I danced in that, so I'll do something from Fame. I choreographed on The Wiz, so I'll be doing my original work from The Wiz, And I'm gonna take them through and do some hairspray stuff and teach them that 60s style and what I learned from Jamal Sims and all those people like that. And Tracy Turnblad, the main character of Hairspray, sent me a personal message for the kids of the convention. I sent it. I sent it over to Nancy. So, you know, she did a personal thing for them. She's one of my best friends, and you know, just chatting that, you know, supporting things. I just give them an experience, engaging them all like this. You know, you're gonna learn a million steps. I want to teach you how to perform, how to innovate and change somebody's life. I got a tattoo on my arm that says, "Perform to make the blind see and the deaf hear you."
Wow.
It's impossible, but the perfection and the excellence you can create from that, you know? So that, know what you can leave with. Be your best coach and be your best cheerleader. You're going to be a little hard and give yourself direction, but understanding that they're going to do steps all the time. And what's the experience they remember? I remember everything my teachers did great for me and in a savvy way, and something that stuck with me, and passing that on.
Yeah, so
So, you know, yeah.
We're excited. I know the kids are really excited. Do you guys have any questions for him? Oh, a million. Okay, we'll make our way. You first.
You said the most beautiful thing. You said when you're in rotation, you start seeing the magnetism. I think every parent in here can assert to when your child steps on stage, before the music even starts, you know immediately what the outcome's going to be because you can feel them.
Yeah.
How do you teach your kid, like Marilyn Monroe said, watch me become her, or do you want to see me become her? How do you teach your kid that?
You know, showing them footage of something. Again, back to the education. How do I get them engulfed in at least 3 different sections? How do you invoke the 5, you know, whatever, taste, smell, touch, all the senses? How do you invoke it in something every time? So here might be visually, hearing it, just feeling the step, giving them the different ways. When it's me and coaching them through, I give a lot of references and things that lock in that by the time they're there, you just might forget everything and whatever, but just going back to what excites you about this. How do you go about that? So if you're doing a Fosse piece, they got the costume, wow, you know, but I think giving a little education outside of just the step. You know, you give them something like Crystal Waters 100%, they're not going to know that, but I show them that 90s video and it's going off and they're like, oh, and they're like, oh, wait, that's our step. No, we made that step. You just brought it back on TikTok. I show my students a lot of samples that then connect also. So, yeah.
It's also, I think, something that is just born within them. I'll use JoJo, for example. Yesterday, JoJo performed at Universal. But what's crazy is, like, we work with JoJo all the time. And when we're working on projects, you know, kicking it, whatever, it's just JoJo. But then I'm standing backstage and she goes out and I'm like, it's JoJo Siwa. It's JoJo Siwa. And it's just this something that she can turn on, and she really does. Like, I call it the Hannah Montana effect, where it's like when she's just living her everyday JoJo life, it's just Miley living her life. And the second she puts on those rhinestones and locks in, it just like exudes out of her, and it's magical. Like, it truly, truly is. And you can see it with kids when they come out onto a stage, and especially the ones that are a little bit more shy too.
Yeah.
It's really incredible seeing how many shy, more private dancers there are, but then as soon as they take the stage, they are like this ginormous personality. So yeah, if you see that in your kid, like, hone in on it and really teach them when to tap into it.
You said something that made me think, maybe ask your kid, how do they see the audience when they come out on stage? Is it like, are they comfortable? I can't see anything. Maybe knowing something in their ear when you talk to them, or when you were here, you know, your face made this or something. Seeing how they understand it, because some kids could be like, yeah, well, let's just do it.
Yeah.
Some
Yeah.
kids can't turn it on till the stage. Sometimes if it's not in their personality, how do you ooze that in?
Yeah, right here.
How do you, like, my daughter, she's dancing, and she repeats herself as she's dancing.
In her brain.
Practice on stage, like, how do you help her to know, like, the part to critique yourself and when not to critique yourself?
It will take some time for them because you're naturally assessing as you're moving. It's maybe giving them this cushion of don't be so down on yourself. You could have. I always tell my students, I don't really know what confidence is. They say I'm a confident person, but I don't know. In your most confident time, you can fail. You know, so them knowing that, and over time, it will be because it's gonna be in their head. So, how do we start slowing that down? What do you have there? They'll have it, but just over time, making them aware and seeing them with their feelings.
Yeah. I asked Travis this question yesterday privately, but I wanted to know if this has ever happened to you. Have you ever been performing on stage
Mm-hmm.
in any environment and had an out-of-body experience?
Man, that sounds really powerful. I don't know. I've been super excited. I can't say a full outer body because I'm still navigating and going. But man, at the end of a Bieber concert, when you just finished Baby and that confetti's coming down, and I'm like, thank you for everybody at dance school, and thank you everybody. I think for me, I have really big appreciative moments. So outer body, I mean, I think over the feel of something like a hairspray, like it's things you feel over time, but I get great appreciation. Sometimes a tear, but it's beautiful to experience this and know and see that. But there is, outer body is tough because I'm still holding my center and trying to move. But I get it. There's something so euphoric and you're there and, yeah, and it happens, especially someone like that doing all those amazing jobs. But yeah, if you get a chance to slow down and feel it in the moment, that's what it is. And yeah, that's that.
Yeah, back there.
So you talked about like body maintenance and health and things like that. I think a lot of kids are being encouraged to like power through or push through like an injury or an illness, especially like right before competition or something like that. So what is your view on like where to draw the line between like powering through and listening to your body?
Will this power through make it worse? What is like a sports agent in a team and they got a player? If they're medium and okay, if we're going to risk too much, we don't want to risk. It's going to cost you more. It's going to feel worse. It's just everything. So it's really just assessing the health. Again, dance pushes you through, but if it's going to make it worse, I don't think a kid should push through yet. Maybe let them learn. Fragile bones, whatever they think they know, but lack of experience. Even as a child professional, it's still different. So giving them that awareness, but a student tells me something, I'm not telling you to push through. Go ask the foot, go sit down, we're gonna write about class, you'll still be educated, because this moment, no trophy, no nothing, is worth risking these beautiful, magical beings you made. So that there, and sometimes they're gonna have to let go and yeah. I mean, I've danced through food poisoning, any type of fever, but I made that decision in my late teenage years or early adult years. As a kid, you got a fever. Anthony, do you think you can do it? Yes, Ma, try it. Then okay, and then pass out after. But being very connected with them, and if you just feel an assessment, the risk is not worth it. And every coach, owner, something, hopefully should understand.
For sure. And I personally had a friend that I grew up with. I was at a very competitive studio, and she suffered from a lot of tendon and ankle injuries. And she had a very pushy parent that was just push through, cortisone shots. And we weren't even out of high school yet. And it got so bad that this poor girl ruined her ankle and never danced again. She had her eyes on Broadway, and she's still having ankle trouble. And it was really sad for us all to see that happened to her, because she had her eyes set on becoming a professional dancer, and she was never even able to make it out of high school to a first audition. I mean, your kids aren't being paid. This isn't a serious job. Like, take the break. It's gonna be okay.
I had the opposite experience where I was the kid who would hide my injuries from my mom because I didn't want to miss out on the opportunities, or I didn't want to let my team down, and now I have a metal plate in my foot. So take it from me, especially the younger they are, it hasn't clicked yet. They just know my friend's doing this trick. I want to hit it just as well, even if maybe their core is not engaged in the same way or their technique is not quite where that one is. They shouldn't be throwing it. If you can't do a clean cartwheel, why are we trying aerials, right?
Yeah.
And it really comes down to that. And I think it's really easy to play the comparison game now on social media of, oh my gosh, these kids are doing 5 million tricks and turns and 540s, and I need to do that too. You can't push your body to do something it's not ready to do. And I learned that the hard way. So watch your younger dancers, especially the ones that you have to remind, take a drink of water, eat a bite of food. Those are the kids that are going to be so locked in and want to do it all that they're going to put themselves on the back burner.
Yeah.
Any other questions before we wrap up? I'm going to take it from you right here. Yeah.
So dancing for so long and having so many opportunities, how do you center yourself and kind of refine the joy during burnout?
I mean, shut away from it. Go do something else. The other day, I drove up to Santa Clarita and rode my electric bike and played basketball. I live 7 minutes away, but that Central Park up there is beautiful. What are the things to recharge? Sometimes you gotta just take it in to go. Again, the maintenance, but also, what's your favorite dance movie? What's something they like and enjoy? Take them out the routine of just a tour in a school. So sometimes, yes, when you do just gotta go have fun. It's read a book. It's sit by the pool. It's something to refill them with joy. Eventually, you're gonna stick to the schedule, but you refill them with joy. Oh man, Taylor Swift is the best. All my friends dancing for Taylor Swift, on their days off, she flies you anywhere you want in the world.
Wow.
And then flies you back to do the show.
That's crazy.
They got the opportunity to fill themselves with some joy. Go back to their families. Choose that flight and fly their families to them. Where do you find the joy? Like the iPad in the back of the car. Jamba Juice smoothie might be their joy in that moment. You do Starbucks, but a moment that gets them now. I wish every day we could start the day on a roller coaster and get that joy.
Yeah.
So I think, what is your thing? If you're in a confined place, what's your playlist? What just gives them joy again, a laugh, not something overran with the dancing and stuff like that?
Yeah. We'll do that one last question.
So outside of money and everything else, what do you do as far as being gone all the time and still being able to stay close to your family?
2-day weekends are very useful. Sometimes you just gotta squeeze it in if you want to fly. When I first came here, I didn't go back home literally for 2 years. And now as I get older, I feel that my mom's 67. We gotta make this happen. Try to get around. My brother's over there. You have to plan. Sometimes you're gonna be gone for tour for a long time. Might get the day off, but happens in increments. Being diligent about holidays. Unless you got a Christmas gig, that Christmas time's always gonna be a something there. Summertime's always gonna have a something, but that is the hardest work, is staying connected to the family. I talk to my moms basically every day, so we got a natural flow, but there are times, you don't, and people will feel the homesick or the family or lack of connection. My mom is very big about, we're going to do a family vacation or see each other. We always need that parenting, because I'll just get into the lifestyle. Oh, come back next week. And then you're gone. I'll do it again. I've given everything to dance. I've missed weddings. I've missed all those type of things. And, you get by it, but to get them to hone it in the present and think ahead, just finding the balance.
Well, once again, Connect, thank you so much. This has been such an incredibly fun time. I can't believe I'm up
Thank
here
you, guys.
interviewing you.
Thank you.
Can you tell everyone where they can find you on socials and where your classes are here in LA?
Yeah, on all socials, I am Classic Connect, the word classic with K's. KLASSIK KANEC. Classic Connect on everything. I'm always teaching everywhere. 6 compound, all schools might pop up on your TV, travel to your studio or something. But I'm pretty everywhere. I'm gonna be connected.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much. We can't wait to see your classes
Yes.
with the kiddos.
Thank you. This is cool. I never got to do this at
Yeah,
anything.
let's make one more round of applause for Connect.
It's nice for the connection and informing and things like that. So thank you so much.
You're good. You're good. I got you.
test. Good morning. I just came over to sit down for a second and say good morning to everybody. How's your day going so far? How was Connect? Right? Yeah. He's the kind of person you just want to stick on your dashboard and drive around and talk to him all day. He's good. He can do anything. He can do anything. He doesn't know it yet, but I'm gonna invite him to be part of the car convention as well. So don't tell him. So far, this group is pretty good about keeping secrets. Okay, so your next guy, as you saw his performances, and has an amazing children's program. And every time we get on the phone, we're always on the phone for at least an hour. We have so much to talk about when it comes to kids. And just walking over here, because he started in the, what was it, teen room that he was in? Whatever room he was in that he started, we're walking, he's like, I'm sorry I went over a little bit, but it's just so important for me to make sure that every single kid feels like confident when they're leaving the room. And that's why Guy Groove is here with this podcast. And to apologize like that, and he's talking to me the whole way, and I'm like, this is a perfect way for me to explain to you why I love this guy. So Guy, get out here. Guy Groove!
Hi, friend.
I feel like I'm getting interrogated right now. Okay.
Where were you last Friday?
Don't remember.
Okay, so first and foremost, we saw 3 performances yesterday at Universal, from Minis to Campaign. We saw 3 or 4? 4. Oh my gosh, we were getting the Guy Groove experience yesterday.
Put me to work.
Yes. Okay, so can you talk a little bit, first and foremost, about how you decided to really focus on the next generation of dancers and how you've been able to build a program that is providing these opportunities for performances?
Well, I never planned it, and I didn't really do anything. It's just my purpose and exactly who I am. And ever since I was 16 years old, I grew up at my godmother's dance studio, and I got the opportunity to start teaching. And I knew probably at 11 years old that I was going to be a choreographer. Now, at that time, no little boys were saying, I'm going to be a choreographer, and most people didn't even know what that was. Right, so I was doing this kind of different thing already. I was already in love with dance, in love with performing, and I just always connected with young dancers and kids. It's kind of who I am. And I moved to LA after college. I moved to LA. I came here, and I worked as a dancer a lot. I was on a lot of episodes of Glee. I was on a lot of TV shows. And I wasn't really teaching, because when you first move to LA, it's kind of hard to be like, let me teach you your studio. I just built up my resume. I did my thing as a dancer, and I did pretty well with it. And then I just got opportunities to teach. And everything I did just kept bringing me back to the next generation all the time. It just kept bringing me back there. And you know what? I love the kids, because kids really believe they can be like the next Beyonce, right? As you get older, your dreams kind of change. Maybe you kind of feel like this reality shift, but when you work with kids, they're like, I really can do this. I'm the next superstar. That inspires me, right? And I'm getting just as much out of it as the kids. It's not really, I'm not doing it because it's a great business model. It is actually, and it is, of course it is, right? But that's not why I do it at all. It's actually not the coolest thing in LA to be working with all the kids. I like to think I made it kind of cool. In a lot of ways, and I've helped a lot of kids succeed. We saw JoJo yesterday. I choreographed her first music video, Boomerang. I choreographed High Top Shoes, Kid in a Candy Store. I directed Hold the Drama. I did all her promo tours. I watched her go from a little 9-year-old and her mom asking me to do her music video for like $1,200 or something to getting signed to Nickelodeon, and she took me with her, and I got to do all these amazing things with her. So I saw it from the beginning. I get to see so many kids, and now I work with, you might know Presley. I work with Presley a lot. I work with a lot of dancers. Kinley Cunningham was my student since she was like 6 years old. Now she had her own show on Nickelodeon. All these things. And I like to think that that's a little bit of my resume also, right? And what was cool about all that, those things happening, is it showed my other students and me what was really possible. And I could just really push that into them. And I actually really believe in the kids. I'm not just kind of going into their delusion of oh, you're the next superstar. I'm not I don't feed it. If they're not, I tell them they're not. Straight up. You know, I'm a very honest teacher with my students. I had a student tell me, I want to be the first, he said this years ago, he's one of my favorite kids in the world, but he told me, I want to be the first kid with a Grammy. I said, you're never going to get a Grammy as a kid. You don't even make music. Do you know what I mean? Like I'm telling these kids exactly like what they need to hear, very blunt and honest, but still giving them reality but it could happen. If you want to make something happen, it can, but the kids need reality also. So I think what really got me to this whole thing was that I love the kids. I love seeing their dreams come true. I love helping them, but I also like being kind of a lighthouse in the storm. Yeah. You know, kind of a way for the people to get to guide and help people. And I don't just help the kids I work with. People that aren't paying me a single dollar, I help all the time. I take calls all the time because I'm just passionate about this. I'm passionate about protecting the kids in the industry and making sure that they are guided by the right people and have the right influences around them. And, you know, I don't want this whole idea of, oh, I want my kid to be booking as a little kid to become this like big thing and we're chasing this thing that might be toxic for the kid and all these things going on. It's cool for the kids to have opportunities. But you know what's cool is to set them up for success after 18 years old. Yeah. That is much more cool because I'm not going to go to a bar right now and be like, yeah, I was in the McDonald's commercial when I was 6 and like impress some girl over there. Right. No one's going to care. I might have, yeah, if she likes McDonald's. But like, it's like, you know what I mean? What my parents did for me is they set me up for success as an adult. And not just because of the dance training. I was a strong dancer and I did well at competition with my solo, but I wouldn't go into a class and know the choreography and be called out in a solo. I couldn't remember the choreography. But my parents set me up with social skills, having good values. What do you believe in, right? And I'm telling you, I do think I'm talented and I do think I've earned that in a way, but I know my relationships and what I've built with people, even like with Nancy, is so beyond dance and talent and work that it's created longevity for me. And that's really what it is for me. I want to show these kids, you know, it's cool to make a lot of money, but what's even more cool is making money the way you want to make money. And that's when you can give your kid real happiness because they can get up every single day like I do and love what I do for a living. That is the goal, right?
I wanted to ask you about specifically working with kids. One thing you said was that when you started, it wasn't necessarily cool, and you're right. A good friend of mine is Phil Wright, and he had kind of a similar experience. What gave you the confidence to keep putting your stuff out on YouTube, keep putting stuff on your social when your peers were like, that's not really the cool thing to do?
Well, first of all, I love Phil Wright.
Yeah. Me too.
And I think he is an amazing mentor to the kids, and he has a heart of gold.
Yes.
That guy is amazing. Actually, when I started my online program, he was one of the first people I called to come teach in my online program. And so we have a very linear path, actually. Yeah. We helped each other a lot on the way, and we came up around the same exact time. Yeah. So we were both working with a lot of the same kids, and he's an awesome person. What was your question, though?
What gave you, and the reason I'm asking this is because I knew Phil personally, and I heard some of the struggles when he started putting his things on YouTube, when he saw his friend booking these huge artist jobs that he wanted to book, but that wasn't necessarily his path. What gave you the confidence to keep putting your stuff out on YouTube, keep pushing this avenue that wasn't necessarily the popular route to take?
When I was about 13 years old, I kind of remember discovering YouTube. And I was posting on YouTube since I was 13 years old. And no one watched any of my videos till I was about 24 years old.
Wow.
And I'm 36, right? So it was a long journey. I wasn't posting for views ever. Yeah. And I'm still not. I love creating. I love sharing. I did go through that whole thing with, I got 1 million views on every single video I ever posted, no matter what, even if it was garbage. It didn't matter. It just, I was working on Dance Moms, so it helped a lot. I had all those kids. But the point I'm making is that, like, I just like creating. I wasn't doing it for, like, business results necessarily. Yeah. And it's hard. Social media is really hard, and it's really unfair. And I do think it's important, and it is important to use it and do it the right way, but it's kind of hard to chase the algorithm. Yeah. You know what I mean? And I think what's important to remember about all that, too, is, like, do what makes you uniquely you. Yeah. You know? Because, like, it's like, you know, sometimes parents tell me, oh, we're gonna post for you, and we're going to do this. And I'm like, I appreciate you posting for me. Seriously, I have some parents in here that post for me sometimes. And I think it's good. But even if you have like 100,000 followers, like, you might get me one sign up. Right. Do you understand? It might get me eyes on it. I'm not saying that. It's more about creating community. I think that is where social media is going. It's creating community. So my motivation is the kids. It is the other people that I work with because it's kind of this collaboratory thing, right? I can post and kind of share my excitement for what my kids are doing, and we kind of share this whole thing that we're growing. But the motivation, it goes up and down. Sometimes I'm really excited about it. Sometimes I don't want to do it anymore. I'm not so active on YouTube like I once was. But, you know, it's part of the game. And also, like, you're going to have waves when you're in this thing. You're going to have waves. Sometimes you're the most relevant person on the internet, and sometimes you walk in a room and no one remembers who you are anymore, and then it goes back again to that. That's how the entertainment industry works. That's why you remember, like, you see some people come back out of nowhere, like, oh yeah, I remember that person. They're famous now, or maybe they did some kind of controversial thing to get attention, but whatever it is, that's how the industry works. So it's about being consistent. And it is hard to be consistent with everything because, you know, sometimes when you're not getting the results you want, it's like, why am I doing it? But the truth is that's where it's going. You know, for my event, I have a dance event called In the Groove, and if they send me their Instagram, I go there first. You know, and so I think your online presence matters, and so I try to keep up with it, and I have a community of people around me that help it keep going because they're also posting and sharing what we're doing, and I'm reposting, and it's this cycle of support on the internet now. I think social media is changing completely, where it's more about community building rather than having a big following and being all about you.
Yeah, for sure. Something really interesting with your journey is you actually went to college for dance. And I think that's something that these parents would love to hear more about. We hear so many dance professionals, you know, I got booked at 18, I got my first tour, and I just kept the momentum going. They never had a chance to pursue the college side of things. What made you decide this is something I want to prioritize? And do you feel like it helped give you an advantage in this industry? Do you feel like you felt like you were trying to catch up to people who were auditioning while you were in school? How was that experience for you?
Well, I hated school, not college, but I hated high school. I hated elementary school. I got D's. I did not get good grades. And I thought I was stupid until I was 16 years old. I was sure of it. I was like, I'm dumb. I can't get good. I was horrible. I was a good dancer, though. But back then, you know, what do? They're like, oh, you're just going to be a dance teacher. And that wasn't looked at as great. You know, in my family, my cousins are investment bankers. My sister's a doctor. Yeah. So it was a little funny to be the dance teacher, which isn't bad. I love being a dance teacher, and I would never trade it for anything. But college was, you know, not really my choice, actually. It was kind of my parents. They pushed it on me. Thank God they did. Because I was not mature enough to move to LA and succeed. I did not understand how to set up structure for myself. What college did is it taught me how to structure my day, what needed to be done. And you know what? I went to University of Arizona. I had my BFA in dance over there, and I only filled one class, I think. And then I took it online and passed it because you can cheat way easier online. Yeah. Don't tell your kids I said that. You know, it's philosophy. Who cares? I'm going to LA. I'm going to be a dancer. Just get me out of here. That's how I felt. You know, I did what I had to do to get out of there. And I did pretty well. And I still am very connected with my professors from over there. But I'm so grateful my parents pushed that on me. Because I needed that structure. I needed that time to grow up. Yeah. You know what? I looked very young at 18. When I moved out to LA, I was about 22. And I booked my first job on Nickelodeon as playing a 15-year-old, okay? So it didn't slow me down too much. I kind of had this good advantage going because of my young looks and being small. It just helped me. I dress like I'm 25. You know what I mean? All that kind of helped me. And I don't think I was left behind. I think everyone's journey is their own journey. Everyone's timing is their own timing. And some people might say I came out here and went crazy really fast because by year 4 out here, I was already choreographing the Kids' Choice Awards and the Halo Awards, right? So my first time on no, that's not true, but one of my first award shows, I was dancing and I did the choreography. So I was doing national TV where I got to do my choreography on stage with with the whole group, you know, as a dancer. So it was cool. I was always very ambitious, and college taught me to be ambitious. I don't want to say I pretended, but but I pretended to be something I wasn't in a way. I knew who I was, and I knew where I was going with it. So I made flyers, and I would host my own dance classes, and I made connections with people in LA. And like, yeah, I have this thing called In the Groove, but in 2009, I hosted a convention at the University of Arizona where I rented out their place. I flew in dancers from the Usher tour and other things, and I hosted this whole entire thing, and I put myself on the lineup too. You know, and it kind of gave me a name in Tucson. And then I was teaching in all the studios in Tucson, and guess what I was getting? Experience teaching. And I wasn't in LA to make a fool of myself. I was over there to practice and see you. And then I came to LA, and I didn't go up to Millennium and say, hey, can I have a class? Because that's what all the young teachers are doing now. You know, and I don't like it. It's not a smart move. And that's not because I don't support the young teachers. If anyone knows me, they know I support the young teachers. You might know Kelly Sweeney. Yep. She started teaching on my program, and she was my assistant since she was about 14 years old before that. And I gave her first ever classes. I support the new teachers. But what the thing is, you have to be realistic. And it's important your kids understand that too. What's your lane? And not that you can't eventually switch lanes, but you don't want to rub people in the industry the wrong way. Can you imagine me just walking into Millennium back then, you know, after Marty Kudelka's class and be like, hey, I just moved here. Can I have a class? Yeah. No, it doesn't look good on you. Prove yourself. Build your value. You know, this whole industry is about bringing value. Yeah. It's not about being the best. It's not about the most attention. What value do you bring as a dancer, as a choreographer, as a parent? Your role plays a huge role in your parent and your kids' lives also. You know, the way you talk to choreographers matters. There are people that I love their kids, and I just can't mentor the kid because I can't communicate clearly with the parent. Because everything I say, they get defensive and offended. Yeah. Not you guys. Do you get what I'm saying, though? Yeah. And everything I say is out of love. It's not because I'm trying to do, you know, knock your kid down or something. I'm telling your kid what no one else is saying so that they are going to be even more successful. People need to hear the truth in this industry, right? You don't want to walk it. You remember American Idol when people would walk in and sing?
Yes, the auditions.
Some of it's BS, right? Like some of it's like, okay, we're going to make a good TV thing out of it, but some of it is real. Some of those people really think that they're singing right. And I'm not saying you shouldn't go for your dream and try it, but it's very important to have a realistic idea of where you stand now with an optimistic idea of where it could go. Mm-hmm. You know, that's what I try to instill in these kids. Absolutely. I don't know what the question was, but.
No, that was great.
I want to touch a little bit more on credits of a teacher, right? You talked about dancers who come here and want to be teachers, specifically our dancers who are maybe more interested in choreography and teaching. Do you find it to be important for them to have those huge credits before they become a teacher? Because sometimes I think you have people who have a natural skill for teaching and are very good. And sometimes I personally have been in classes with people who have all the credits in the world and are terrible teachers. So can you kind of map that out? And
absolutely,
what is acceptable and what does someone need to strive to gain as experience to confidently be like, okay, I can start teaching, I can start listing myself as a choreographer?
Absolutely. Well, for me, I'm a teacher first, right, then a choreographer in my soul. You know, when I'm talking about going to Millennium and not asking for a class, that's because Millennium is an industry standard dance studio. It's not the dance studio that you might grow up at. Not that there's anything wrong with the studio you grew up at, but when you walk into the industry standard of a studio and you're a dancer, you want to be taking a class from a person who has the knowledge of the industry. Because when you move to LA, those are at least when I moved here, how I could get a job is by going to class or performing a carnival. Yeah. Right. That's how I did it. And I was here right before social media became really a big deal. But I do think there are so many great teachers that no one has heard of. Yeah. My teachers I grew up with, some of them, no one's really heard of. So I don't think the big resume equals great teacher. Of course not. Mm-hmm. There are some successfully amazing choreographers that are not great teachers. Right. They might think they are, but they're not. Because they don't explain, they don't break it down. And you know, what I think really the most important thing about being a teacher is not making it about yourself. Yes. Because so many teachers, especially in LA, it's about me, 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 me. And how can you and my video benefit me? And how can I make this a little bit better? And you know, we have to have some of that. We have to be able to push our business and do our thing. But what I like to tell the kids is, this is your class. I'm just teaching it. Right? And that's kind of what I look for in a teacher. Somebody that is more about the kid than about anything. Now, all the other stuff, yes, you need someone that has had the experience, has built up teaching skills of all different levels of dancers. You know, we talk about how I work with all the kids all the time. I was just telling the kids, I was like, do you know what room you're in right now? Do you know what happens in these rooms? And I choreographed for a K-pop group called Enhypen in that room about a year ago. And I've worked with plenty of adult dancers too, you know, so I have this balance of all these things going on. But I think that if you don't build the skills as a teacher, and I think the best way to do it is with kids, right? Because those are the people that really need to learn. Adult can kind of learn on their own a little bit more. So it's just about building those skills. And also now it's harder than ever to navigate. You know, I like to think I'm the original online Zoom dance program. I am. I know I am. I started it the day after we shut down. The next day. Actually, I started it 2 years before that because of JoJo Siwa. She said to me, she's like, why aren't you live streaming your classes? I was like, what? And then I live streamed my classes. And I didn't know what that meant at all. But I just did it, and it was kind of boring. But then I knew what to do when the pandemic hit. The next day, I started my online program. Now I see so many online programs, not knocking it. I think that's great. I think everyone that is great should have some kind of way to be accessible and all that. And I think it's good for me to know that there's kind of people that still want this going on, because 6 years later, there's a class going on in my studio in like 2 hours. Yeah. You know, so I think that it's important to navigate, you know, as a parent. Who do you want your kids to learn from beyond dance too? Yeah. The values are bigger than the dance moves and the popularity. Don't get so excited about the shiny things that you miss the value of the consistent things. Yeah. You know, doing the boring work is what makes you successful. It's not just the fun stuff. Yeah. It's the consistent boring things, even in business. It's not fun to do the paperwork. It's not fun to add all the numbers up and do. Yeah. That's what makes your business successful. If you don't do that, it won't be sustainable. It's the same thing with your kids' dance training. It has to be sustainable. Yeah. It has to be realistic. You don't want to just see the next thing like, oh, that looks awesome. We got to get involved with that. Oh, this kid's doing this also. Yeah. Every kid has their own path. Yeah. And it's up to you now as parents to look at those teachers and take your own opinion on it. What am I getting out of this? Mm-hmm. What is my child getting out of this, I think. And I think it is harder than ever now. Yeah. Because everyone is a teacher now because of Instagram, essentially.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We're seeing so many more mentorship or consultant programs pop up with a bunch of different choreographers or past studio owners. With so much out there, how can they pick and choose what is going to be best for their kids? Does it matter if it's more of a Broadway or commercial industry thing? Should they focus on that? You said it's about more of the teacher and the principles and the values of this person. How should they be doing their research to know, I want to be in Groovy Gang or I want to be a part of this mentorship program? And what are the red flags too? That's a big one too. Scam. That's our favorite thing, scam. So just how do they avoid that? How do they avoid those kind of cash traps?
It's a really hard question to answer. And I hate like trying to knock anyone else's business plan, you know what I mean, or anything like that. So it's not like I have so much insight into everything that everyone else is doing. I just know the way I run things and the way I do my business, and I know for a fact that the parents that, you know, are part of Groovy Gang or whatever that pay a monthly subscription to be part of it are getting much more value than the dollar worth that they're giving me. Yeah. You know, I know that for a fact. I'm a resource to everybody in that way, and I think if you're paying for this online mentorship thing. Because what is mentorship? You know, I said I had my first ever dance event. It's literally like down the street, and it was huge. And I had all the parents at the end, and I said something. I say things with a little bit of shock value. It's kind of my like, you know, shtick. But basically, what I said is, I said, you cannot pay for my mentorship. Even if you sign up for my mentorship program, that doesn't mean I'm your mentor, because you have to earn my mentorship. And I have to earn it from you too, because it's a real relationship. It's not this thing that you can pay for. I'm telling you right now, if you're paying somebody and you're a part of their mentor and you're like, no, that's my mentor now, that's not your mentor. I promise you 100%. They probably don't know your name. Yeah. I mean, you as the parent. Yeah. They don't know you. And that's just as important as knowing the kids. I know every single parent that I work with. I get to know every single parent. And because I need to have that relationship with them too, to make their kid the best they can be, because I need their trust. You know, you should be able to feel it in your gut when you meet somebody that's going to be, you know, showing. Would you want to leave your kid with this person? That's what I would say. Yeah. You know, I don't know what the red flags would be. I think the red flags would be promises. I will get you signed to this agency. We're doing this. Or look what I did for this kid. Because sometimes this kid, even if they're like for a manager, for example, they might be signed to a management company. That kid might have been a superstar without that manager. Do you get what I'm saying? What works for someone else might not work for you, and it probably won't. Everybody has their own path with it. So in regards to the online programs, my program might not be the right program for you. The other program might be better. You know, and I do think there is some kind of trial and error thing that needs to happen in it. I also think experience matters. I think, you know, other parents will tell you what they think, you know. I think that the truth always comes to light. Yeah. Everybody will eventually see who the good guy was, who the bad guy was, who was taking advantage, who was really loving these kids, who was really in it for the right reasons. Connect, right? He teaches on my online program every week. He is one of the best people in the world. Yeah. He's actually the first class I ever took in LA. Yeah. You know, so he's just a special guy, and that's what I try to do in my program. I bring in very good people. You know what? And with Kelly Sweeney, what I was going to say about that too, what I love about Kelly, even though I've known her forever, I watched her gain a massive success. But she never lost her North Star of her values and who she was. And she shows up for my program every single week. And she definitely doesn't need to. Even yesterday, she was teaching from Massachusetts and had bad Wi-Fi. And she still somehow made it happen with her phone. And, you know, that's what you're looking for your kids. Consistency. Not popping in and out when it's convenient. Mm-hmm. Being there when the times are hard. That's a real mentor. A mentor is there when it's not anything beneficial for them whatsoever.
Yeah, so one thing I want to ask about that I think you would be a really great person to talk about. We have a lot of parents here. I want to touch on just like some general do's and don'ts that you see from parents when it comes to etiquette, how they are maybe with their relationship with you and their program. What is some advice that you can give to these parents just on how to conduct themselves and be there with their kids, but also maybe like give them some arm's distance?
Yeah. Okay. Like no, you're fine.
She's scared.
No, all the parents I deal with are amazing, and I love parents because even though I'm not a parent, I have a dog, but I understand how much you love your kids. I understand that you want your kids to do amazing things. I understand you want your kids to be happy and get the opportunities and all those things. The one thing I would say is keep your emotions in check. Yeah. Don't act impulsively. You might be upset about something. Give yourself a day. Don't just text the choreographer or the teacher right away. Don't ruin the relationship with the choreographer because you're a little upset that your daughter's in this side or your son's not in this dance or whatever it is, you know? And then thinking also, is this going to be something that I'm going to be upset about in a month from now? Yeah. Don't act impulsively. That is my number one thing. I'm not trying to, and I still love these people, but I had this thing just happen last week where a parent was like upset with me because their kid didn't get posted on our socials. And I get it. You know, you guys think it's fair, but it's not fair. It's just not. But I was going to post that same student the next day.
Wow.
Guess what?
Didn't get posted.
No, I posted her. But I told the mom, I said, I'm not doing this because you called me and complained about it. I just want you to know that.
Yeah.
I said that. You're ruining this for your daughter. I was like, chill out.
Yeah.
You're over Instagram posts? Who cares? But then I took a step back and I was like, well, I don't know what this mom's going through. I don't know what's going on at home. I don't know how she's feeling emotionally totally. So I apologized a little bit after that too. You know, I have to do the same thing. I have to take a step back from my emotion and my ego and say, you know what, maybe I need to show this kid a little bit more love too. So there's that balance that I always like to have. But I think parents sometimes get a little bit too emotional, and that is totally understandable. You know what another thing too is, like, don't have rose-colored glasses on. Yeah. Don't be delusional about where your kid is at. It is important. It really, really is. And don't think success is a one-way thing. You know, the kids that are sometimes winning the first place overall and all those things don't even end up to be dancers.
True.
They go on to do, like my sister, be a doctor.
Yeah.
Actually do something. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But yeah, like there's so many things. I mean, really, respect the choreographers, respect the teachers, be humble about it. Don't be entitled about anything. Don't think you deserve anything. Don't earn everything. And like I said, the kids bring value. I have parents that bring me serious value. Do I give their kid anything extra special because they bring me value? No. But do I appreciate them a lot? Yes. And do I feel like I want to help mentor more and do a little bit more? Yeah, I do. Of course I do. You do the same thing for your friend that gives you a ride to the airport. You're like, all right, I'm going to, right? There is this, that's business, that's life. But I think it's very important to, you know, like I said, respect the choreographers. It is. And also, you know, and choreographers are just people, so some can be disrespectful. You have to know when to bow out also, right? Like, it's not, if you got to blow up on someone and something's wrong, you might have to do it. It just might be. Some people can never end a relationship unless it's a negative way. You know what I mean? There's nothing you can do. Sometimes you're navigating with choreographers or mentors or stuff, and they're so offended by what you did, and it just becomes this whole negative thing, and that's the only way it's going to end sometimes. That's life. That's reality. You have to help your kid navigate that also sometimes. Hopefully that's not happening for the most part, but it is in reality. It does happen. I see it. You know, people have relationships and falling on. There's a lot of emotion in this. There's a lot of emotion in dance. Right? Like, yeah, I'm not even just talking about like the business and all that. Like, going out and doing a solo when you dance, you are giving everything to everybody. It's a vulnerable position. Dance is vulnerable. You know how hard it is to go out into those auditions? I auditioned for Justin Bieber in that room. You know, I was brand new in LA. You know how hard it is to go in there and give it everything and then just like, all right, thank you. Like, it's no emotion from them after. Not that I even needed it or anything, but it's just hard. You know, being a dancer too, this has nothing to do with the question, but being a dancer for these kids is actually more about their mindset than it is about their talent. Talent is very important, but if you can't handle the nose and all that, and my sister talks about this, she goes like, I was a good dancer, but I could not handle the inconsistency and the ups and the downs. It is very hard, and it doesn't get easier. It doesn't. It's not like suddenly you're a choreographer and it's like, oh, now I'm a choreographer, I'm in charge. No, do you know how much harder it is actually? Now I'm submitting for all these jobs. I'll never forget when I first made it as like a choreographer, I walked into a room and out was walking another huge name choreographer right before me. I was like, oh, crap. I actually got the job.
Wow.
Probably because I didn't have a good name, so my rate was probably lower or something, right? But that's just the truth behind it, you know?
Yeah.
Well, let's go ahead and open it to some questions. Do we have any questions for Guy? We feel good? Okay, right here.
What dreams have you had that actually came true? And then what dreams do you have for the future that you hope to come true?
Well, you know, I don't base my dreams around industry jobs or anything like that. So I am living my dream, 100%. Yeah, it made me a little emotional. Hold on one second. Gotta chill out. Okay, yeah. I mean, I've choreographed big jobs and done all those things. I choreographed the Kids' Choice Awards here. I choreographed the Kids' Choice Awards in Mexico. I choreographed and hyping at the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. I can't even remember. I've done a few TV shows on Nickelodeon, a few TV shows on Disney. I've done hundreds of choreography jobs, big ones. and all that stuff. But I really think my biggest success is the kids because like some of my students have their own shows on Nickelodeon. This is before Groovy Gang. This is before Kinley. I had a student named Jaden Bartels. She's now on a show called Goosebumps. Okay, that came back. But I watched her get her own show. And the thing is, my dreams were when I first moved to LA, I thought my dreams were going to be like to dance for Chris Brown or something like that. Then I looked in the mirror and I was like, wait a minute, I'm really short. I don't have muscles. I don't have tattoos. This might not work. But what I did is I adjusted. I figured out what worked for me. As soon as I realized that I was like, oh my God, Nickelodeon is going to hire me, I started doing all those things. I've been on tour with Nickelodeon a bunch of times as a dancer, as a choreographer. I've done a lot of cool industry gigs. I think I've lived a lot of my little dreams in that way, but I think my main dream right now is what I'm living. I created a platform. I have a huge community of people around me that it's also their community, right? I have this bigger thing than just dance. I have this sustainable thing that I know will last me another 50 plus years. I have no doubt about it, and I created longevity, and I think that's where I am right now with living into my dream. It's bigger than any gig as a dancer. I can tell you something. If I booked a tour right now as a dancer, I probably wouldn't take it, even if it was the biggest tour. You know how hard it is to go on tour?
Yeah.
It's like I was on a tour, and I was like, damn, this is not fun. Like you're with the same people all the time, and I'm not saying they're bad people, but you might not want to be with those people all the time. So like your dreams adjust. Your dreams don't necessarily stay to what you think they are. And I kind of told the kids that. I was like, you think this is what you want to do, but you don't really know until you experience it. And you're like, oh wait, that's not really where I want to be. I did get to 2 years ago direct some music videos for Paramount, which was really cool. And I love working with the camera, and I love creating stories with camera, and I've been doing that for a long time also. So, I've had credits go beyond choreographer. I've had credits as director. I've had credits as creative director. But, I don't get so caught up in that's my dream too much. I actually just think that of as my job. Because I still get up and I'm still stressed out about those jobs. When you get those big jobs, you're like, oh my God, this is so cool. I'm dancing for this person. It's like, oh my gosh, I'm dancing for this person. I cannot mess this up. Yeah. The pressure is bigger than the celebration. That's why the celebration always comes after. Yeah.
That makes sense. Yeah, right here.
My daughter does work with him for some time on one of his groups and takes classes like a couple times a month. But his program online also that he has, all the kids get feedback every single time they dance. So if you have any interest in that, we didn't talk about this at all, but it's at Guy Group Interactive.
Yes, plug.
You see what I'm talking about? These parents got my back.
Every kid gets feedback, and the instructors, they're genuinely interested. They're not treating them like numbers at all. And when I first listened to the feedback that you were giving my daughter, not even knowing I was in the room, I was amazed. Like, how can he do that and remember every single kid and what they've done today while they're dancing? So it really touched my heart and helped me to know that that was a really good place for her to be. And you also, I love that you're not trying to make them anything they're not. You try to pull out the very best in them and give them guidance to get them where they should be and help them to direct them and their energy. It's been so.
I agree with all that. But seriously, I will say this. My online program is the most genuine way to learn dance on the internet. It is. And I've trained all the teachers to be the same way. Every teacher knows you need to recognize every single student in the room. You need to say their name. You need to give them personal feedback. At the end of every class, every kid gets to go. Every kid gets real feedback. Catered to them. And they might hear the same correction every single week until they make that correction. Right? And that's what it is. The online thing too, I think is cool is that we do this, what ours is a Zoom program, which is simultaneously learning, right? It means that I'm online when you're online. That's the way to do it online, in my opinion. Because like, okay, the tutorials are cool and all that, but I can stop you right in there and say, nope, you're doing this wrong. Twitch this other foot. Do this. Why aren't you getting low? Are you going to perform, or are you just going to do steps? Yep. Yep. And I make it a point to recognize every kid. And obviously that's good business, but that's genuinely who I am. I like people. I want to know everybody. I love it. I already see faces in here that I recognize from other events. I love seeing everybody. I love, it might take me a few times to really know who you are, but I love it. I really genuinely love the kids. I love seeing their personalities. I love building the confidence in them, and that's what the program's about.
Well, you're doing a phenomenal job, and we're so honored to have you teaching our kids here at Hollywood Dance Experience this week. And thank you for just pouring your heart and soul into the next generation of dancers. I can't wait to see what you're able to bring them as far as opportunities and success. So let's make some noise one more time for Guy
Thank you,
Groove.
everybody. Thank you.
Check out his program. Your kids will have an amazing time. Thanks, Guy.
How'd I do? Where is that going, though?
People are like still in line.
Oh, you want me to check?
No, it's okay. I mean, they can hear me.
It smells so good in here.
Yeah, it does. I know. I didn't eat anything. So.
I know. I asked Andrew to grab us.
Yeah. Yeah, and I guess that she would maybe do these first, so we'll figure it out. Okay. All right, friends. Are we feeling good? Yes? How many of you is it your first time having In-N-Out? Welcome to California, friends.
Yes.
This is what we eat, breathe, and live out here, okay? Once again, thank you all for joining us today. This is our last day of our Hollywood Dance Experience Parent Workshops. Our next guest is someone so incredible, starting as a dancer, moving into choreography, moving into creative direction. She's worked on the Beatles' Love Show for Cirque du Soleil. She's done live television. She really is someone that is super focused on bringing the next generation into this industry in a really healthy way when it comes to that mental health. So we're going to talk a little bit about her background, her journey, and the services and the opportunities that she's providing to our next dancers. So please help us welcome Miss Katie Tate. Come on out, friend. Take a seat. How are we doing today?
Enough for the set right
No,
now.
you're good. You're good. How are you doing today?
I'm doing great. It's so nice to be here with your dancers. They are really working hard. I had the seniors first class of the day, so poor things. I really put them through it at 9 a.m. So, yeah.
Well, we're so excited to have you. Our kids are so excited to take from you today. So basically, this is a parent workshop where we want to be able to provide our parents the tools, the resources, the knowledge to be able to support their dancers as they take that next step into the dance industry. But we always like to hear a little bit about how you fell in love with dance and what that journey looked like for you, because every person has a different way of doing things, what worked for them, what didn't. So how did you first find your love for dance, and when did you know, and how did you know this is going to be my career?
Yeah, and that's such a good point, is there's so many people can give advice all they want, but really everyone has their own path, and you have to find your own. Mine probably started similar to many, is when I was young, there was a dance studio next to the grocery store, and my mom thought, oh, that's a good use of your time. So when I was 3, that's when I started, and then obviously as time went on, it became more of something that I really look forward to, and then I started competing a little bit, and it just slowly, I fell in love with it. And I grew up in Orlando, so I was around a lot of opportunity commercially and industrial-wise. So around the age of 15, I started to work a little bit professionally and would go out to California here on my summers. And I really fell in love with the West Coast style, even though I'm a very tall lady, as you can tell, and I probably was a little more suited for East. But I was just really drawn to the athleticism. And so I ended up graduating high school and moving out to California. I was a Tremaine kid, and I was at Tremaine Dance Center when it was here on scholarship. But I was also their Dancer of the Year and was traveling and assisting with Doug Caldwell.
Yes.
That we love, yes. So that's kind of how it started for me, but I struggled a bit out here after I did scholarship for a year. We would have a scholarship show where we'd be in front of all the agents, and all the agents were like, we really like her, but she's 6'1". And this was in the early 2000s, and was I going to dance back up for Christina Aguilera? Probably not. But thankfully, I had done a convention at the time called Company Dance that Nancy actually used to teach on, and Paula Abdul was the head of that, and I had gotten their Performer of the Year. And so this agency said, you know, we're going to send you on an audition as a test, and we'll see. And thankfully, I had done that convention, had that relationship, because the choreographer was Paula. And she was like, oh, I want you for this job. And so I was signed. It's the only reason I was signed, because everybody else felt like she's not going to work. So thankfully, those connections that we're so gratefully able to make here in environments like this, and even more so now because of the dreaded social media, we do have the ability to immediately reach out. I mean, I remember writing letters to Doug and Joe and the faculty at LA Dance Magic because I really wanted to be on their teams, and we'd wait for a call back. You know, now it's so immediate, and you have the ability to reach out and connect. And then there's so many programs like this now where you can come in and take class with people that are actively working in the industry. So that's how it kind of started for me. And then from there, I moved around for my dance career. Was really grateful that even though I was so tall, things were presented to me. And this is something that we spoke about, the mental component of dance. And I really try to shift their mentality from a goal-based life, because that is our life in general. It's like as soon as we attain one thing, there's something else and something else. And sometimes we're really focused on this one goal, but it might not be what's actually meant for us, and there's probably something greater. And so I try to lead with an intention of, I'm showing up in this space this way, and I'm continuing to build my character to where ultimately the things that are meant for me will come. If I can show up as the evolved, focused, disciplined professional, then that job that I'm giving everything I can, and what will come is meant, right? So because I say that because I very often wanted these ensemble jobs, and I wanted to be a backup dancer, and I'm like getting in the lowest plie I can and killing myself. And then finally, once I was like, you know what, I'm gonna dance as a 6-foot woman. And that's when they're like, oh, this feature, oh, this solo, oh, this, which something I didn't even think was a possibility, is greater, more money. You know, those things are offered to you if you solely focus on making yourself as great as you can in what you've been gifted. So that's what I really challenge the dancers to think on, is not just what am I looking to attain that's external, what's within me that I can really build upon and grow within. So the last show that I performed in was Bette Midler's show when she was at Caesar's Palace. And I always had an interest in what was happening on the other side. And thankfully with that show, we split our time with Cher. So when we were off, I was doing a lot of choreography, and there were a lot of industrials that would come through Vegas. And when I moved to Vegas, I was like, there's no way I'm staying here longer than a year. And then 13 years later. Yeah. But it grows on you, I promise. But I started working in between our contracts, and then after the show was done, I knew I was ready to transition, and that's when I started working with Cirque du Soleil, and I was the dance coach initially for The Beatles' Love, and then I started to work on all of their other shows that had any dance component to it, so I would oversee dance elements of the shows, and I was there for 7.5 years, which is wild that it was that long, but it really was a university for me in so many ways of being able to widen my view, because as dancers we get a little blindered, and that's another thing that I try to teach a bit, is that we need to open our vision, because the more we can respect all the jobs that are going on to allow us this opportunity, the more often those opportunities will arise. So Again, I was at Love and Tabitha Napoleon Dumo, if you guys are familiar. Yes. They came in to work on a refresh of the show for us, and we became very close through the process, and they're like, hey, do you want to leave? And I was like, well, maybe. So I ended up leaving and moving back out here, and I worked with Tab and Nap, still work with Tab. Napoleon's a little retired these days. So we joke that it's Tabby Cat. But so Tab and I do a lot of gigs together. We just got back from Taormina, Sicily, doing a Jennifer Lopez Dolce & Gabbana gig. And so from them, I learned everything about the production side of the stage design and the lighting and the video and the SFX and all the elements that go into putting the show together. And slowly but surely, I started working with different creatives, like Brian Burke Creative. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar, but we do all the F1s, all the creative for their opening ceremonies, closing ceremonies, because Vegas is all of a sudden a sports town. Yeah. Who knew? So we're also now currently working on a resident show with him as well. And then I work with Neil Doward, who I did Awana, the Hawaiian Cirque du Soleil show. So I come back now in a freelance regard to work with the company. So I've just been really lucky to learn from really wonderful people, and now I'm starting to do some of my own shows myself. So it's just like continually being a student, I think, is the number one. So that's my short story.
So I would love to hear more about, because we've been talking a lot about the tour life. When you book a world tour, can you explain the difference between a normal day-to-day when it's a residency? Because it's different. You're not having to pick up and go and all of the things, but it is a very rigorous schedule. So can you share so they can kind of have an understanding of what their kids might be getting themselves into when they decide, I want to do a Vegas residency?
Absolutely. That is a really good question, because tour life is a completely different thing, and there's constantly new information coming in. And so it keeps it a little more exciting, if you will. Whereas resident shows, it's about endurance. And you're doing 10 shows a week, and it's about learning preventative measures to keep your body healthy, ways to artistically challenge yourself, because for the audience, it's the first time they're seeing it. So you got to keep it fresh. And that's really hard, especially when you have your lives going on and you got to shut that off. You got to come in again. Things that I teach in class is we have to learn how to release energies that aren't serving us for this moment. So obviously there's a life that goes on outside. We have to learn how to then shut it off, be present for this, and then move forward, just as we would do if we were doing a show. Also with resident shows, there's a whole factor. Now, touring shows have evolved so much from a technological standpoint to where it is this way as well, but more resident shows, there's so much automation and safety that becomes a thing. So an awareness is a big issue. I mean, at Love, we had lifts that dropped down 28 feet to the basement. And so I don't know if anybody ever saw the Beatles' Love, but there was a number in there called Come Together, and all the lights were out, and we just had specials that would come down on very thrashy choreography, and all that was up on the stage were 2 runways that ran like this. The rest of it were big open holes to the basement. So if you weren't aware of where you were, if you lost your focus, you were going right down. And that was so stressful, as that being my job of training people into those positions. Of course, we took steps to get to that, but nightly showing up and being in a place that your life is in your hands. You're accountable for yours and the person that you're partnering. So it is endurance, it's taking care of your body, and it is that ability to artistically show up every time. And also the backstage relationships that happen, because Lord knows we all hang out long enough, little things can arise. And understanding that we're most likely going to be continually training in new dancers, and so you have to show up for dancers or artists or acrobats or whoever. And so they're going to require stage time that the rehearsal might not be for you, but you need to be there so they have their traffic. And so you're showing up at 3 o'clock on a show day, and you're like, why am I here for trainings? But you still have to show up and be engaged. And I remember this, and this poor performer is going to hate me for always saying this, but one day the schedule came out. He was upset that the next day he had to be in early because we had integrations. And he's like, I just don't understand. I'm an artist. Why am I here early? I was like, ooh, baby. Everyone in this room, in this whole building, is an artist, from wardrobe to the makeup team to the rigging staff to everything that they do is their art. And so for you to put yourself on a pedestal because you're solely on stage, if someone wasn't running the lift, you couldn't do your show. So let's have respect for the fact that every single person here needs that time. Yeah? So I think it's just that awareness when you're coming into a space day after day after day. Yeah.
So a lot of people think of a dance career, they think of New York, they think of LA, but Vegas actually has some really incredible top tier shows. Yeah. A lot of dancers have the opportunity to go there and do these residencies. They also say Vegas, what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas, right? How were you able to navigate being in a city like that, but being so professional and sticking to a schedule and staying away from kind of things that would be negative for your performance when it's all around you, even more so than a place like here or New York?
Right. Wow, good questions. I think you have to know yourself. I was never into that lifestyle, so it was never a draw for me. I knew I've always been pretty career focused to a fault at times, but I saw it as a place where it's a much lower cost of living.
Yeah.
And you can, at the time that I was there, you could gig your face off. So you could work all day, do your show, work all night, and start all over again. And you can just put that money away. And so there is the business side of it as well that I think people are talking more about, which is wonderful, of dancers really understanding that it is a short-lived performance career. And you're going to be making good money, hopefully, in that period of time, but don't think that that's going to last you forever. You need to take a small portion of that, and the rest needs to go away. And then you need to, while you're performing, think about what's happening after that. Because I have come across and have many friends who they have slam performance careers, and then one day, either an injury takes you out, or you're too old, sadly, and they haven't thought about where the future goes. There's the opportunity always to start honing those skills, and that's again why I talk about that 30,000-foot view. Start to see the things that are intriguing to you, whether it be camera work or video design, or there's so many elements that are related to what you do as a dancer, and the skills that you have as a dancer will actually really work in those other arenas as well. So finding the things that are of interest to you that you can easily parlay, because there's a great depression for some people when they can't figure out how they transition after that transition from being on stage. And I was really lucky because for me, I don't think it was ever about the acclaim or like the applause from being on stage. I just like being part of the process.
Yeah.
So it made it easier for me to be part of the process behind the scenes. But I just encourage always to keep an open mind as to, okay, where do I see myself after this is no longer? Because for some people, they're able to carry it into their 40s. I would never want to. My body would hate me. But you need to start just thinking about what that looks like. Yeah.
When it comes to teaching young dancers, because obviously for all these big shows and productions you're doing, they're professionals, they have built their resumes, they know how to conduct themselves on a set. How do you instill some of those tools in your classes when it's just a pop-up class and you have 1 hour with these dancers?
Yeah. Well, can I say it's actually, I continue to do it with the schedule as it is because it reinvigorates me and it reminds me why I started in the first place. And I see this energy because, bless you, because sadly, you know, we can sometimes get a little jaded and we're like, oh, I got to be here. And it's a job. It's, you know, at the end of the day, it is a job. And so coming back and seeing the fire and the hunger and the excitement is really nice for me. When I come into a space with a group of dancers, it's really just about, again, the widening of that view, because we can get so singularly focused. And I think nowadays, because we're looking at this all day, and then the output of that is like we're taking a class so we can get it on video so we can put it on our social media. And that's what we see, where we need to open up a little bit more. And it's like, okay, the connections that I'm making with this dancer, I mean, Nancy and I have known each other for ages. Again, company dance, she was a faculty member, and that's the reason that I signed with an agent. So it's more about the relationships that you build, and not because you want something from it, but there's so much to learn. And I tell them always, I ask them, who's the teacher in the room? And they always go, it's you. And I'm like, well, yeah, but who else? And it's every single person, as we know, like every person we encounter in our life, even the barista at Starbucks, when you're teaching them something, and they could be teaching you something in return if we're open and curious to it. So it's just really widening the view to see everything that you can take in. That's the biggest thing.
I wanted to ask you about mental health. You're a mental health advocate, which I think is so important. We talk so much about our dancers training and technique classes and these classes and those classes, but even for adults, we don't talk about the importance of mental health, not only for times that we're on jobs or off jobs, but even just in the audition, being able to quiet your mind, how to show up and turn off this negative voice when the artist walks in the room and, you know, you have this big callback. What are some of the things that you teach and that you push for kids and adults as well to hone in and to tap into to push past those boundaries?
I love that it's more of a conversation these days. When I was coming up, it wasn't that way.
Right.
And it's interesting. I think there's always a bit of an overcorrection, and then we find our way back. And it's something that when I teach, I always finish the warm-up with a breathing exercise. If any of you guys have watched my class before, without fail, I do this because as much as, yes, we warm up our bodies, mentally, we have to train our minds because we can tangent into some really negative self-talk, and we're in front of a mirror all day and we're comparing. And so our ability to really slow it down and connect the brain and the body, because they will fight against each other all day if you haven't trained this well enough. So learning how to harness that energy, because it's a real power. And I talk about the art of visualization, of closing your eyes and seeing what it is that you want ahead of you. Because for better or for worse, you can envision something really horrific and it can come to fruition, you know, these self-fulfilling prophecies. Or if we've done the work and we've taken the time, we can make really beautiful things happen. So I think now we're at a time where we have opened the conversation about mental health, and I have a program that I don't get to do as often as I like. It's just a speaking series. It's called Human, and it's honoring your community, understanding your instrument, making your own mold, acting with integrity, and then 2 N's spelled incorrectly, because never not a student, with a double negative as well, is that we're always learning and should always be curious. But with that, I don't want us to lose accountability, because that is the thing that I do appreciate from when I came up. We were held to standards. We had to show up. We had to get some tough skin, because we don't want to treat with so much softness that when we get into a room with a star that their initiative is what they're getting done, it's not about you in that moment. And so I don't want us to get so focused on this is how I feel. Yes, it's how you feel, and you should honor it. But when you show up in a space, you also have to be accountable for what your purpose is in that moment, you know? So it's finding that balance, if that makes sense, yeah?
A lot of these parents have sacrificed so much for their dancers to be able to be here even just this week, let alone all of the other things that you allow them to do. My question is, how involved were your parents within your training and your journey? And is there any advice you would give to these parents to help their dancers into this next phase of life?
Oh my gosh, I wouldn't give any advice because I'm not a parent, so I'm not gonna say that. But again, in the breathing exercise that I do, we start it with just taking a moment to be grateful for a healthy body that allows you to do what you love, to be surrounded by people that also enjoy what you're doing, but then also all the people that made it possible for you to be there, and your parents, your teachers, your guardians. And I think that is the utmost importance, because I saw my parents really struggle. We didn't, I won't go into all the stories, but we didn't have money. My dad lost his job, and I was already dancing, which we know is an expensive sport. And they didn't want, and they didn't want me to have to quit. So my mom started working at the dance studio. They started cleaning. I started coming in and cleaning the studio. My beloved dance teacher has passed, but she started, I had no idea, but she was paying for all my competition fees, all my convention fees, because she loved my family. And again, because my parents taught us that it's the relationships you build and how you show up, and because they were those types of people, thankfully, it made it to where it was still possible for me to continue dancing. My dad started working at the flea market to make it work. We all started working at the flea market together. And I'll tell you what, I say this, that he was doing super well prior. His business went under. He got really ill. We lost all of our money. This is such a sob story. But because of that, my dad was always traveling before. I never got to see him. Then, when he lost his job, I was in the 3rd grade. I didn't know the difference. I didn't know how hard it was. But I was like, ooh, cool, we're working at the flea market together. This is great. My parents are probably dying, but I'm like, this is fun. We're hanging out. Yeah. So to me, actually, it was the greatest thing that could have ever happened. Yeah. It made me have that tightness that I was missing. So I've always had such an appreciation for hard work and a humility, because I'm sure that was hard for them in hindsight now, looking back. Like the job that my dad had before, he was managing bands, he was this big guy, he was doing all these things, and then he loses it all and he has to work at the flea market. And I was like, that's cool. And so now, like when I work with Tab all the time, people are like, oh, you're a creative director. Yeah, but we're also like sweeping up the floor, taping out the stage, fixing the hems, like whatever has to be done. There's nothing that's below you, you know? That's another thing that people need to understand. Is you get in there, you do whatever is required. And that's, I think, what my parents taught me in that moment. I got off topic, but that's the beauty of what they taught me, and I am forever grateful. And so I'm always like, hey, do you want to fly with me to come on this job? Hey, you want to come on this job? Because they deserve it, every little thing. So, yeah.
I think that's such a great thing to touch on, is just being humble in the position and being able to jump from being in the limelight to, you know, helping the crew pack up and put sets up and tear them down. Because I think there's a big misconception of what actually goes into this life. It looks very glamorous, and sometimes I think that social media has done it a disservice, and it's hard for kids to see what actually goes into it. Another guest we had was talking just about tour life, and he called it an expensive jail, which I thought was funny. Connect, which I thought it was funny, but like very on point, because there are so many times in these spaces and throughout our dance careers where it's like not really fun, and it's sad, and it's hard. What advice do you have for parents bringing their kids up in this generation to create that mental fortitude and just that idea that, you know, it's just not always glamorous, and that there is a lot more hard work that goes into this than you realize?
Yeah. I think the more that you can, or the less you can enable, the better. The more that you can allow them to be in charge of themselves. Because I'll tell you what, man, going on a one-off and you're traveling and people are supposed to get on shuttles and they're supposed to have this many bags, but then, oh, I actually brought 3. Oh, I'm late for this call. Oh, I'm not at rehearsal in the right clothing. Oh, I forgot. No. So as much as you can do that at home, so we're not having to parent on the road, because once you are 18, you need to know what's happening. And I am always so pleasantly encouraged when I see those people that just show up and are also looking after their peers. And they're not like, what time am I supposed to be there? Oh, I didn't see the email yet. Oh, you know, just that responsibility. I think the more you can instill that, the better.
Absolutely. I mean, even here this week, this is a perfect example, and I'm sure you can speak to this. We have kids that are auditioning for scholarships and for additional opportunities. And I think some of them think once they get into the dance room, the audition starts. Once it's done, they're done. We've been watching your kids pick up trash or not, help a friend with a hurt ankle. We notice those things. And I think that speaks volumes to who that dancer is. It's not just the talent, it's who do you want to spend the next 4 months on tour with? Who do you want to deal with when your red eye gets canceled, you're sleeping on the floor of the airport, and you have to go straight into show the next day? Those are the people that are going to be hired. And the training starts now. we've watched your kids and we've made the announcements and we're seeing who is it's clicking in their brains and who it's not, and it's just going to prepare them for those future opportunities. Do you know of an example, not naming any names, but do you know of an example of maybe where something like that got in a performer's way of getting a job or getting an opportunity where, yeah, they might have been the most talented one in the room, but it was not given to them because of, talking smack in the bathroom about another dancer, whatever the situation might be. Have you seen that happen?
Well, I'll speak to the opposite of that. Is we've certainly had dancers that aren't of the top tier, but they show up and they're disciplined and they're aware and engaged. They're smart. If there is a wardrobe malfunction, they know how to fix it quickly on stage, not get in the way. And that person gets the job over somebody who objectively is a stronger performer. Just because we know, like you say, you go out for 4 months, you don't want to spend your time with somebody who you're constantly going to have to pick up slack for just because they look great on stage.
That's
So-
really good, and I want to expand on that more, because when it comes to booking a job and being a part of a team, a lot of these dancers are taught to be the stars. They are the winners. They are the title first overall elite champion of the universe, which is great. And I don't want to take that away. But when we start booking these jobs, there's nothing that we want to see less than someone out dancing an artist or standing out too much. I mean, as a dancer, our job really is to blend in and showcase the star. Can you talk a little bit more about just the training behind that and what goes into being a smart dancer on set and what you look for in an audition?
Well, that's an interesting point, because thankfully I've worked in places where, like, I do Derek Huff's tour as well, and and he said literally, I want stars, because he is a dancer as well. So he wants to showcase these charities and Selenas and insanities. Oh my gosh, why is oh my God, Holden, goodness gracious. Insane dancers. So there is a time, thankfully, for that. But yes, when we watch somebody that focuses in on details and is paying attention to what the choreographer is saying, because I say this when I teach, because I'm not somebody who's so much about detail, because I think I work in so many environments where we have to be so detail focused. So I want to see a little exploration, a little bit of play. It's also all my background with Cirque. There's like artistic interpretations. But you need to know the choreographer's class that you're stepping into.
Yeah.
You go to a job. I'm going to be with Tassandra Chavez. You better have your details down, So it's someone who you can tell that they're aware of whose room they're in, where they're showing up, how focused they are on the people around them, the type of respect they give to their peers, when to be quiet, when to ask questions. It's all of those little nuanced things which come from continually being curious and continually being a student to every single person around you.
Yeah, 100%.
So, yeah.
Bringing up the Derek Huff show, that reminds me, it's kind of a joke. They're not being serious, but Lindsay Sterling is this amazing violinist. And I think a lot of times
Stealing dancers.
Yes, stealing dancers. So she's an amazing violinist. She's had an amazing career. And one of the cool things about her is that she has real legit dancers performing in her shows. And I think sometimes when people are going out on auditions, they're thinking of the Beyonce, the Lady Gaga, like they're thinking those are the tours that are going to make their career happen. But it's been interesting to see a lot of these dancers working with Lindsay getting picked up for a Derek Huff tour or for these other big opportunities. So kind of coming back to like the humbling yourself moment of like, don't kind of stick your nose up at jobs that maybe weren't at the top of your radar to begin with. There's so many amazing artists out there, and it's the experience, right? You kind of have to start somewhere, and being able to provide an opportunity for dancers to be seen is number one. So whatever that looks like for them. Like, I know people that have worked a job at Disneyland and gotten booked off of a Disneyland parade. Like, it's not always going to be the biggest tour that you think is going to make your career. Sometimes it's just building those connections with these artists, with the other dancers, and the positive word of mouth moves around the industry, and that's how you get
Definitely
those
moves.
jobs.
Yeah, it definitely moves. That reputation precedes you always. And I'll say for myself, when I was performing, the shows that were like the big thing were not my favorite. The ones where it was like this small boutique, like nobody really knew about the show. We were having such a blast. And those are the things that I look back now as a 46-year-old lady that I'm like, that was great. You know? So you can chase the acclaim, but it's really about the experience, like you say.
Do we want to ask any questions to Miss Katie Tate? Oh, we got a couple. Yeah, let's start with you. Health insurance.
Good question. Good question. I mean, I have to pay private insurance because even as myself, I'm not a part of any union now because I mainly work in like, there's the DGA, but that's film and it's a whole TV, all of that. So I'm more in like the producer's realm, so I don't even get that benefit. Dancers, if they do work up enough to get into SAG or Actors Equity, things like that, they can provide. But that is, again, when we talk about financial awareness, is understanding how to budget yourself and know that that's something that you do need to account for because your body is your temple. You need to have enough money for whatever therapies, physical therapies are required, whatever prevention is number one. I mean, taking care of yourself from a cross-training standpoint, which I think has become more prevalent nowadays. Dancers are really aware of, it's so athletic now in comparison to when I was coming up. So it's a huge thing to keep an eye on. You can work up to it ultimately, but then you have to work enough to maintain it as well. So it's just a struggle, sadly. Yeah.
Another question? Yes.
What is your advice for somebody who hits 18? And the big thing is go to LA, go to New York. But like my dancer's close to that, and she's very intrigued by a lot of things happening in Vegas.
Yeah.
Do you need to be in Vegas, like live in Vegas to get the jobs, or I mean, how does one go about that?
Yeah, I think it's always a good idea to spend a chunk of time there. Is if you have the ability, if you know someone that lives in town, go and stay for a month or two and set up ahead of time what classes you might want to take, what auditions you might want to go in for. Do your research ahead of time so you're not just hanging out. You want to have an agenda that's a bit stacked. I mean, it was the same way for me when I would come out on my summers. It was always like, let's test the waters and see if I enjoy it here, because that's another part of it as well, is deciding if you like the city. But that's what I would encourage if anybody is interested in going to Orlando or Chicago, is just take a month and trial it out first. Yeah, that's what I'd say.
More questions? We're good? Yeah, sure.
I think it's interesting because you have more of a competitive background.
Yeah.
Your dancer background. A lot of our speakers haven't. So a lot of us probably are like, oh, one more. You know, you get caught up kind of in the snowball of like, let's keep going. This is so great. So I guess my question would be, what's your advice to kind of hone in on that competitive aspect? That's the competitive dance world. But also, I mean, things like this are incredible because you get a whole different vibe, whole different feel. No one's going for necessarily a big trophy. Well, we're all winners here. We're just being here.
Yeah.
What would your advice be to maybe young dancers who are still trying to find their way and figure out where they want to be, but also as a parent, like where my money should be, because it's just only so much.
Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, that is a hard question. I always say there's no such thing as competition in the classroom. I think competition, there's actually a lot of benefit to it. As you said, I was a competition kid, a convention kid. I think it's valuable because it puts you in these high adrenaline situations that are going to feel very similar to going into an audition or going into a rehearsal period. So I think there's value there, and I think learning how to take the steps to get toward what is an external goal for you. There's nothing bad about that. It's just countering it with all of the internal work that's also required, and understanding that the ultimate of a lifetime performer, what was it you called it, is not of the universe, is not the most important thing in the world. And here's an embarrassing story. Is my senior year, I had just gotten Tremaine Dancer of the Year at their national, and right after we went to the company dance national, and I was up for Performer of the Year, and I was backstage hysterically crying to my mom, like, if I don't win this, then everybody's gonna think it, because it was all the same people. So I thought, if I don't win this one, they're gonna think it was a sham that I won that. And just what? And my mom had to snap me out of it. She was like, we can leave right now. And so I understand how it can absolutely take over. And as a parent, you have to be able to just go, listen, if that is what's most important to you, then maybe we need to pull this whole thing away right now. But I think the most beautiful thing that you can do, that my parents did for me, is allowed me the freedom to make my own choice. They gave me all the tools, and then once they could trust me well enough, when I said, this is what I'd like to do, they were like, great. But they would also make me explain why it was important to me. So I couldn't just say on a whim, this is what I want. I had to explain why it was important, what I thought I was going to get out of it. So then there was a validity as to why they were going to, well, they didn't have the money to spend, why they were going to try to figure out how to make it happen, you know? So I think the more you can let them lead, but also make them accountable for understanding all that's required to make that happen. So again, I'm not a parent, so I can't speak to it fully, but I can say from what I appreciated out of my own experience. So, yeah.
What do you think is the benefit of being with a tall dancer? Because I have tall dancers, and I've had tall dancers in my classes in the past, and they sometimes shy away from even just extending their arms out.
Yeah.
I feel like there's some big eagle in the room.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I feel like it's an advantage in a way, but I just wanted to know, what do you think are some advantages of being tall? What can I say to my taller dancers that can maybe give them some confidence?
It's a layered thing, because when you're young and you're growing and you're not understanding your body yet, that's why in that human program I spoke about, is the understanding of your instrument, is really just examining and understanding everything that is you and learning about it as it continues to grow. My dance teacher would say that she'd watch me turn from the side, and it was just doing this because I'd grow like 4 inches in a couple months, and it was constantly changing that center of gravity. So the ability to understand and know myself was so hard, because every day it was different. So the reinforcement from my teacher, who thankfully was a tall dancer as well, she really taught me the value of opposition. So using the floor as my friend, my plie, my grounding, because the more I felt solid and grounded, the more comfortable I was using the fullest extent of my port-de-bras. Because when you're high center of gravity and you're not getting down and opposing that, you have no control of anything. So she literally would be on my shoulders as we 6-step pirouette across the floor, like down, down, down. So plie and opposition, I think, was the number one to really assist in allowing, because then I gravitated toward West Coast style dance, which was like super quick and fast, and you can't move like that unless you're down. So that's what I would say. I think that's what's going to allow them to ultimately find some confidence in their upper body. But just that mental work at top of class too, of like just checking in, how does my body feel? What do I feel today? Where's my center of gravity today? Okay, cool. Now let's get into that plie. All right, now I feel a little more confident in executing this.
So good. If any of them want to look you up, follow your journey, potentially have their dancers continue training with you, where can they find you?
Social media would love it. It's Katie, Katy, and the number 8 on Instagram.
Katie
and then YouTube and all that jazz. So yeah.
Amazing. And then if they were interested in your human series, how can they find that? Is that something you said is kind of an annual thing, or?
Well, unfortunately, I haven't been able to do it as frequently as I've been very much in this directorial life as of late. So I will usually post it on my Instagram if I have any events coming up where I'm going to do the full program. So, yeah.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you
Let's
so
give a warm
much.
round of applause for Miss Katie Tate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Some good stuff. Okay, really quickly, before we get started with our next one, we have a very exciting video to share. So sit back, relax, enjoy, and then we're going to have a special quick guest interview before we get into our last official interview. So this is just a fun little surprise for you all. Enjoy.
Hi, my name is Britton, and we're at Glamzy Gala. This isn't a Wednesday thing, it's like 2 days, and it's so much fun. So the first day, it was like meeting everyone. We practiced our runway walks, we did some poses, and I liked how we got like 2 days because then we could meet each other, make friends, and it was just all so much fun. I'm so excited to walk the runway, and I'm excited for everyone to see this gorgeous dress. I love it so much. We're having so much fun.
Oh my gosh, there's so much stuff I love about Glamzy Gala. That's gonna be like the hardest question ever. Getting to try on new outfits, getting to meet so many new friends, and most of all, getting to walk down the runway. I love Glamzy Gala because I got to do the confidence workshop and work on my model walk. It was really helpful so then I could learn how to walk the runway and feel myself while I'm doing it.
Hello everyone, I'm Rachel Bowe. I'm the entertainment host for Glamzy Gala. Glamzy is all about the runway, the creativity, the fashion, but most importantly, it's all about what happens backstage for the kids. And one of the best things that I get to witness backstage is the opportunity to see kids connecting with one another, an opportunity to create friendships, to build meaningful experiences, and that helps to build confidence in themselves. And of course, they have an opportunity to help lift each other up. Every single season, we're putting on these wonderful experiences for kids to come together, and we are starting to register people right now for our next season. It's such a great opportunity for families as well to meet with one another, get some industry advice, and of course if your kids are just looking to dip their toes into something or maybe to help them build that self-confidence, to help celebrate their own unique individuality, this is really the place to be. So we're really excited to be here and would love to have you and your families join us as well. Thank you so much, and now it's time for me to go hit the runway.
Okay, so that was just a fun little video of Glamzy Gala. This is a really cool thing. A lot of local dancers love to participate in this event. So we are going to invite out our 3 glam ladies. We have our founder, Miss Presley, we have our founder, Anna. We have Miss Presley. This is such a great group of ladies who are providing opportunities for dancers who are interested in the modeling space as well. So we have your 2 mics right there, but if you could please introduce yourselves and your role within Glamzy.
Hi, I'm Anna Machneva, and I'm the founder of Glamzy Gala.
Hi, I'm Lacey Keown, and I am the Director of Talent for Glamzy.
Hi, my name is this on?
You just got to hold it a little closer.
Hello, hello. Hi, my name is Teresa Mee, and I am the Event Director of Glamzy.
Amazing. So tell us a little bit about how many years this event has been happening and basically what your hopes and goals are for the next dance experience that you guys are going to be providing later this season.
So Glamzy Gala has started, 2021. We are on our 9th show that we will be hosting in Los Angeles. We hosted in Vancouver, Canada, and Los Angeles here. And we will be hosting it in November this year.
Amazing. And what are your guys' roles within Glamzy?
So I'm the newly titled Director of Talent. So a little bit about me. My background's actually in dance as well. I'm from Canada, a small place called Prince Edward Island, which most Americans don't seem to know what that is, but I'm based in Toronto now. I used to own a dance studio for 10 years, and I also now own a talent agency for kids based in Canada. So a couple years ago, I brought some of the kids to Glamzy Gala in Vancouver, and we had such an amazing experience. the kids still talk about it today. The parents loved it. And I was like, okay, I need to find a way to get more involved in this so I can also bring more kids into it. So now I work as the director of talent, and my job is to scout new talent to bring to the shows.
Tell us a little bit more about what Glamzy offers kids and what type of kids you are looking to bring into this event.
Yes, that's a great question. So, as the event director, I work closely with Lacey and, of course, Anna. And my background is primarily in film and fashion. So, I've worked as an actor, model, producer in the Canadian, American, and European markets for the past 15 years. But what I love to look for is we're not looking for the top model. We're not looking for a top actor or dancer. What we love to cultivate with Glamzy is creating a safe space for the kids and participants to embrace their unique selves on and off the runway. It's very important to all of us that this is not just a runway show. We provide confidence classes. We provide an acting component. We want them to get silly. We want them to get in their bodies. That's why we love working with dancers. And we want them to have fun before they get all dolled up, wear gorgeous clothing. We've worked with the same designers since the beginning, some of them. And then they get a moment on the runway, which is so special, but it is so special to us when we see them go on the runway as their confident selves. So that's what we really look for, is kids that are just willing to embrace the experience and just really let their unique talents shine.
Amazing. And can you share a little bit about why you guys are here today at Hollywood Dance Experience?
So this was my idea. I was like, I really wanted to come because this is obviously such an amazing event that brings together so many dancers. And I personally find a lot of our strongest runway models come from a dance background, because these kids are already confident in their bodies. They have stage presence, body awareness that is kind of hard to teach sometimes, right? So dancers just naturally have that special presence that translates really well onto the runway. And we also do cast dancers to perform in between designers. So we're also here looking for strong dancers that can potentially perform as well. So it's kind of a win-win. But yeah, I thought this would be a perfect place to find some really strong talent. And we are seeing that here. So yeah.
And you guys are actually going to be scouting during our event for dancers for your event that's happening soon. Can you tell us when the event is happening and which classes you'll be scouting in, how you're going to be picking those individuals, and then how parents can connect with you to see if this event is right for them and their child?
Yeah. So I was sneakily scouting last night at City Walk. So I got right off my flight from Toronto and I went straight to City Walk. So I was watching the performance actually. And what I like to do when I'm scouting is, like she said, it's not just like the most talented dancer. I find for me, because this is what I do full time, is scouting young talent, someone just stands out. Like you walk in a room and someone just stands out to you, whether it's like their look or something about their presence. So for me, like I was spotting kids in the crowd more than I was even when they were on stage. So I would see a kid in the crowd that I was like, wow, I really like their energy. I like their confidence. And then when they go up on stage, then I'm scanning, okay, where's that kid? Oh, they're also an amazingly talented dancer. So yeah, so I was scouting last night. And then also even through social media before I got here, you know, I was keeping an eye on if there's anyone that I wanted to meet while we got here. And then yeah, watching classes today. So that's kind of how it works. It's just always scanning, and then if someone stands out, I'm gonna want to get to know them. And yeah, our next event is November 7th and 8th here in LA. So yeah, we're currently scouting for that show, and we're gonna be offering up to 5 invites today here. And then if anyone else wants to apply, you can apply online as well. So yeah.
I'll just add a little funny story that we just had happen. So Lacey and Therese were scouting. We were in one of the studios, and right away, Therese noticed a girl and said, oh, she really stands out. And I said, which one? And she said, oh, this one. And I said, oh, yes, that's a Glamzy girl. She walked in Glamzy last year. And I also wanted to add, if parents are wondering how Glamzy came about, and it really started out of need. My background is in business and education, but I'm also a parent of a daughter who is a dancer, actor, and model. Wow. And through her dancing, times, I've noticed that a lot of dancers were also looking to branch out into acting and modeling, but parents really didn't know where to start or how, and which opportunities to pursue that are legitimate opportunities. So I really decided to start this experience out of need to bring in models from dance world and others and educate the kids and the parents and provide them this opportunity to connect with the industry.
And how many kids come back every single year versus how many do you have new joining? Do you guys normally limit it, or how do you choose?
That's a great question. We were very fortunate to build an amazing community, and I would say about 50% of our kids do come back. We actually do have a parent in the audience of one of our models who is filming us. But if parents are interested, please feel free. He did volunteer to talk to anyone. And if you have any questions or wondering about the experience, feel free to talk to him, and he can answer your questions.
Amazing. And then when are we going to hear this announcement of who is chosen based on today? We're going to find out today.
Tonight at the gala. Yeah, so we have scholarship certificates that will be handed out tonight. I unfortunately am going to be back on my flight to Toronto, so I can't be there, but we will be announcing it tonight.
I'll be there.
Yay.
Amazing. Well, we cannot wait to see who you choose. Thank you for joining us here today and providing just an additional opportunity for our dancers to try modeling and acting and really build that tool belt that's going to project them into their career. So thank you, ladies. Appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
And go say hi to them if you guys see them outside. Thank you so much. right, friends, we are back for our last interview of the week, and I'm already sad about it. It's just been a phenomenal week with you all. Thank you for spending your days here learning the tools, but most importantly, just listening to our voices for the last 3 days. Thank you. It's going out a little bit. That's okay. So this next guest is really, really special to us. She is someone who, outside of her amazing career, has also been a part of the Car Productions family for years. And she is someone that we have grown so close to. And this really is the perfect example of dreams do come true. She was born and raised in New York, and she was able to fall in love with Latin dance from a really young age and really start her professional journey quite young. And this year, it's kind of all happening for her. She, first and foremost, was the assistant choreographer for the Bad Bunny Super Bowl performance. So you saw some of her choreography yesterday at Universal. And then within the same year, booked the Coachella performance for Karol G. So she also got to choreograph on that piece as well. So we are just so proud of this girl, and honestly, just a warning, we might get a little emotional because it's just really, really cool to see one of our own grow and evolve within this industry, and she has so many cheerleaders behind her here at HDE and CAR. So without further ado, welcome to the Hollywood Dance Experience, Miss Melanie Mercedes Skydancer. Hi, Mel.
Hi.
How are you feeling?
I'm good. Feeling so blessed. Thank you for having me.
Yes. So this is like her first official moment being able to talk about all of the choreography jobs that you have been able to do this year. So before we get into all of that exciting stuff, can you tell us a little bit about growing up in New York, falling in love with Latin dance, and when you decided to know, this is what I'm going to do for the rest of my life, I'm going to figure it out?
Yeah, well, thank you all for being here, first and foremost. So I started dancing around the age of 14, salsa at a studio. But of course, in middle school and elementary school, I would always take advantage of any extracurricular activities, if there was like a theater. So I did plays at like 6, 7 years old. We did, what was it, Annie, right? And we were all like, it's a hard knock life for us. And I remember, and this is obviously me remembering, but I remember at 7 years old, I remember telling my teacher, can we go like up and down on that count? And she'd be like, yeah, just you do it with them. And it made me think back, and I'm like, wow, at 7 years old, I was already thinking of like choreography. Yeah. And I was taking that lead into doing it. I didn't know what I was doing at the time, but thinking back, I'm like, I started really young to just have that mindset of like, I want to create, I want to create. So then I just, started trying to find other things that involve dancing. Then I started finding, in New York, we do like parades. So the Dominican parade had a team, and they were folkloric skirts. And so I told my mom, hey, I want to do that. So she took me to that team. And we kind of quickly noticed it was just like all the little kids doing it on their own. There was no guidance or leadership. So we went to like this concert, and then we saw these dancers on stage with the rhinestones and the costumes. And I started crying. And I was like 12, 13. Mom was like, why are you crying? And I was like, that's what I want to do. I don't want to be here. So then she asked that studio, hey, where are you guys? And we realized they were in the Bronx. They were in our neighborhood. So my mom took me there, and that's when I started officially dancing salsa. When I show up, I'm like, wait, I thought this was like hip hop or something. So then I kind of was let down because it was salsa. But I say that for me, that was exactly where I needed to be, because at that age, coming from Latin Hispanic parents and living in New York, I was almost a little lost of who I was. So salsa really helped my identity, like, come to me and understand my culture. And even at the age when I didn't understand, I realized like that did so much for me just to bring me back to who I am and be confident in it, because I'm American-born citizen, but I'd always say, I'm Dominican, So then when I go to DR, they're like, no, you're not. And then when I go to America, they're like, no, you're, so it was that at that age. So salsa really helped me and shaped me.
Okay, so as far as deciding to take the leap of faith, move out to LA, obviously, your journey has been a little bit different, but what I love to see and what I think the parents need to hear is all of the jobs that you have had to do in between booking music videos and things like that. Obviously worked for Car, but talk about the balance of chasing your dreams while still providing a stability for yourself.
Yeah, so even as I was a teenager, I remember having dance class, school, and then I would have a job. Like I worked at Starbucks, Chipotle, Hollister. I had every job you could think of. I was a chocolate connoisseur at one point. I really did it all, but I was always dancing. And at some point, throughout my entire high school experience, I had no time. I was at like, I can't have rehearsal. But it really just taught me like balance and if you want something, because of course I wanted my own money. So I had to have a job, but then I wanted to dance. So it was that thing of like, you know, especially in New York, the life is very independent. It's very busy. It's very much like, what they say, survival of the fittest. So I had to figure that out and find my balance. But dance was always at the forefront. It was always something that I wanted to do. Then I went to, I graduated high school and I started college, and my mind was just so split. And I really thought like, I have to try this and I want to give it my all. And so then I decided I'm going to pause on college and I want to focus on dance. Yeah. But even through that, like, of course I had to say, I always taught, so something about salsa, the salsa Latin culture is that we love teaching just like open classes. And for the most part, it's a lot of adults. So I started teaching children when I was first starting salsa, and then when I did my own classes, I started teaching adults, and then the adults like started getting older and older than me, and you know, and so now I'm like the smallest, youngest in the front of the class, like go 5, 6, 7. But it taught me a lot just learning from adults at a young age. Just how to carry myself, how to be, like things to say, what to look out for, what to listen. But the one thing that allowed me to almost like see the bright side of it is that I started as a child, so my childlike mentality was always there. Like I'd always remember like, why did I start dancing? Oh, it's so fun. I can like forget everyone in the room. Whereas now that I think about it, me as a child in the room with all the adults taking class, they were all worried about like gossip. And I was just like, you know, just shimmying my life away because I wasn't worried about it. And I think that's what really helped me continue and not focus so much on the negative aspects. Because of course, industry is hard and there's its negatives. But you know, if you focus on the positive, you just allow yourself to manifest more of that.
So I know that you were on So You Think You Can Dance, which is such a highlight for so many dancers. It really has catapulted so many people's career. Can you tell us what your experience was like on that show, being a salsa dancer, not being like one of these technically trained crazy dancers, and what kind of momentum or maybe things that you thought were going to happen after completing that show?
Yeah, so funny because So You Think You Can Dance was a show I would watch like frequently, but not too much because again, I was always dancing, so I couldn't catch like the show live or anything. And then they reached, like a casting director reached out to me on Instagram and was like, hey, we're having auditions for this show, you should audition. And I thought, that's weird because we don't dance anything like that. So I was like, okay, sure. So I tell my dance partner, who's my best friend at the time, and I'm like, maybe we should audition for this. And our kind of style of dancing, our choreographies, they're 3 minutes long, like they're way different. So we had to condense our entire performance to 1 minute. And we were just like, we know what they want to see, but we also have to stay true to like our style of salsa. And so we went in and we did this solo, and obviously it set us apart because we were doing something not everyone was doing. Even the ballroom couples were like slightly different than we were. So we felt super confident in that. But then when we're in the room, we're kind of like, what are we doing here, you know? So our audition, we were just like, well, we know we're so unique. But when it came to the Academy Week, which we ended up passing to, we're having to take class with Travis Wall, freaking Talia Favia. And I'm just like, I've never taken class with any of these people. So, you know, I was in there flipping and trying my best. I was so sore after that week. It was actually insane. I cried almost every single day. But I felt there was a purpose for me. There was something that was telling me like, keep going, try it. And then I kept passing this round and I passed this round and I was like, why? Like, what am I doing? They're seeing something, I guess. So then we ended up getting cut right at top 40, right before like the big jazz number. And I remember feeling let down, but going like, wow, that was so cool. And I met so many people that I wouldn't have met. And then the following year, they were like, hey, do you want to audition again? And we were like, is that a thing? Like, sure. So we went again, and this time we were we knew what we didn't do the first time, so we went slightly more polished with our hair, with our costume. We just tweaked certain things that would like appeal more to that industry, but at the same time, like, hey, we're here to represent ourselves. So then, obviously, I was more mature. I knew what to expect, because something I learned, for example, for live TV is they'll ask you these questions to catch those tears, you know, and they're like, so how hard was it to get here? And I'm like, it was great, you know? So I just learned that what I wanted to get across on TV, if I wanted them to snap that moment, I had to keep repeating the same thing in every single interview, because they would try to find, you know, it's just TV. They want, because I love reality TV. So I love that moment when they're making me cry and I'm watching, I'm like, I feel the emotion, you know, I love that. But when you're on the other side of it, you're like, I don't want people to just feel sad for me or like pity me because I made it, right? I want them to also see that this is a positive thing, that I learned so much. So yeah, I just, you know, tried to push myself. I remember being kind of paired up with one of the girls who was like similar to me body type. She was insanely talented. But when it came to her salsa, she wasn't as good as me, right? And then when I saw like hip hop that we had to do, they ended up giving me a hip hop with Fiction, and he was an all-star at the time. So we had to do a duet, and I remember doing, he did a jazz split. And we did like the show before we went on stage. We did it for all of like the producers and everything. And then I think it was Jeff Thacker that was like, are you able to do that jazz split? I was like, I don't know. He's like, well, if you don't do it tomorrow, they're going to think you can't do it. Mind you, the rehearsal was done already. So I'm like, well, I should have done it in rehearsal. So I went back to the room, to the hotel room, and I'm learning how to jazz split on my own. Like, okay, well, hopefully I don't break a knee. YouTube, how to jazz split. And I'm just like, all right, I'm going to get it. And like, I did it on the show, and I got to do it. And I was really proud of myself, because those were one of those stinks where I felt, I can't do that. Like the moment he mentioned that, I'm like, no, I can't do that. And then to see it, and I'm like, wow, I did that on national television, quite insane. But I ended up passing, and I made top 10 women the second time around. And so I got to stand in that line of ladies where they were about to do one more cut to the live show. And I just remember standing in that line and looking at all these insanely talented dancers and going, what am I doing here? Like, truthfully, like, God, what am I doing here? And I thought in that moment, it was my moment, you know, because it was like the furthest I've ever gotten. It was the most seen I've ever gotten, or I felt. So I thought, this is it. Like, I might win this show. I was like, I might not know how to jump and leap, but I might win because I'm here. And then my name didn't get called. And I was like, what? I thought, you know. And honestly, that was the first time that I felt this isn't about you. It was that moment where I was like, this isn't my door. And I remember the girl that they had put me up opposite with, she ended up making, I think, top 4, you know, after all. Her name was Mariah Russell, amazing dancer. And I remember thinking, I was still pretty young, but I remember thinking this was her door to open. You know, and I was just like a vessel. And for me, it was like this, it was up to here for me that I needed to get to. I wasn't going to get to the end of that. So that was just a huge lesson for me to understand that you might be in the room, but that might not be your door. It might be the person next to you. And so funny enough to think about everything that happened after that, COVID happened after that. And I thought my life was over. I thought I was never going to dance again. COVID hit super hard. And then to see that years later is when my door was opening, taught me so much about patience.
So tell us a little bit about your audition process, or how you were able to get into In the Heights, because that is, I mean, critically acclaimed when it comes to the Broadway show, but bringing it to the TV screen is so different. So can you talk us through how you got that opportunity, what it was like on set, the whole thing, the whole experience?
I love this story. It really is super meaningful because, again, like us salsa dancers, we don't pay attention to any auditions. We're not thinking, oh, the Grammys is this month. Like, we don't think like that because we're not considered for those jobs. Even if they are salsa or Latin, right? It's industry dancers. They'd rather find industry dancers that can shimmy than book us, because we just have a different level of professionalism that maybe we don't work as quick because industry dancers are used to that, you know? And it really does take for you to know both for you to be in these spaces. So when it came to In the Heights, we remember hearing like there's auditions. So we show up to this audition, And the auditions were in New York. And obviously In the Heights is based in a story from New York. So we come up and we're like, all right, well, we're obviously gonna dance salsa on 2 because it's New York style. This is like a different type of salsa, right? And we show up to the studio, and I don't remember who was like teaching the audition choreography, but there was someone teaching, and none of us knew this person, so we were kind of like, you know, and we have all these, what we call salsa celebrities, because it's our world, it's like our umbrella, where they're super like popular, but like I say, if we stand on a bus stop, no one knows who we are. So I'm like, let's humble ourselves. But, you know, they consider themselves famous. So there was all these like salsa celebrities in the room, and they're all kind of like, I should be teaching, you know. So whatever, we learned this combination that they taught us, and it was on 1. And we like did our best, but we were just like, this isn't In the Heights. So that audition happened, and then we got called back for a second round of auditions. And this time it was so different. We walk into the room and they have their table set up, and it's like Christopher Scott and his entire choreography team. And they go, okay, we're gonna switch it up. We just want you guys to dance. So just get the middle and start dancing. And we were like, okay, like this is what we came here for. Yeah. So then, you know, as we go, we're going all couples, and we obviously prepared a little something, but what we do is social dancing. We dance freestyle within our partner work, and we just are really good at leading and following. So we were dancing our little hearts away in this audition, and we weren't thinking, I want to get booked. We were thinking, I'm gonna get booked, because if you're asking me to do the one thing I know how to do, I have to get booked, right? So I think that confidence really like translated to them. And months later, when we're in set and we're filming and everything, we were just like hanging out outside after rehearsal. And Christopher Scott just kind of comes to the group, and he comes and he says, hey, by the way, I don't think I've ever told you this, but that one day in the audition when you and your partner came up and started dancing, and I'll never forget this, he said, my eyes started swelling up, and I couldn't hold back the tears, because I realized this is exactly who we're looking for. Yeah. And I thought, how special for him to share that. You know, obviously someone so acclaimed and so accomplished to have the humility to say, like, we found you guys. And I get emotional because it was the one time, you know?
Yeah.
Sorry.
I told you guys we were going to cry. I told you.
But it was a special moment to like just understand that in that moment we were finally being seen. And In the Heights, I mean, obviously So You Think You Can Dance opened so many doors, because I have people even today, like young kids, tell me like, I found you from In the Heights, that's where I've been following you. And I think that's crazy, because in my mind I'm like, I've done so many other things, but in the So You Think You Can Dance opened that door, but In the Heights really like pushed the door open for a lot of us, and it just pushed us so much to be like, we belong here, and you know, we should be in these jobs, and we want to be. Yeah.
Speaking of something that was such a monumental, meaningful moment, going into Super Bowl, obviously every dancer, choreographer, anyone's dream job. We know Melanie very well. We've worked with her, and Melanie's always been incredible. But there was a time where I just saw you grinding and staying consistent and continuing to doing your classes and showing up and not really sure where things were going. I remember when you moved out here to LA and just wasn't sure what was going to happen. Can you tell us just about that experience, and then what happened when you got that call from Charm, where you were mentally, what you were feeling, and how that moment was such a monumental pivot?
Totally. Yeah. So even through COVID, like I remember COVID happened and I was still teaching on Zoom every single week. I was like, my students need me. If I need them, I know they need me. So we were on Zoom the entire time through COVID. Every single week I was teaching online, and that really helped me survive COVID, honestly. And then once everything happened, I met Brandon, who's my now husband, and I met him at CAR. So we both worked together, and then we ended up meeting, and I lived in New York. He lives in California, so we were long distance. But because of CAR, we have a traveling job. So we were kind of like, well, where do we want to live? Do we want to go to New York? Do we want to go to California? And so I thought, you know what? I've always wanted to try California as a dancer. I've always wanted to experience it. Then COVID came. That didn't happen. So let's try it now. Let's do it. It was honestly not the time for me to move. I was doing so good in New York. I was like doing the best I had ever been doing. But something was telling me like, you need the space. You need to recreate something. I was feeling overwhelmed, overstimulated in New York. I was I felt like I wasn't breathing right. And so I moved to California, and I was there for a year, and that was during the time when I was just kind of like working at CAR, and I wasn't really teaching or anything. And whenever I would talk to friends, they'd be like, so when are you going to start teaching? When are you teaching? You're in California. I'm like, I don't know. I don't know. California's so big. I don't know where to go. So I started teaching here and here and here, and understanding what the industry needed in California from me, right? Coming as someone who's from New York, they're all like, yes, we finally have someone that's going to give us the authentic culture, right? But for me, I'm like, I can't teach the same way I taught in New York. Like, I have to go back to the foundation, and I have to go back into like all the elements so that you can understand it. And finding that balance here in California is hard because it's a lot of performance. It's a lot of like show. So sometimes I get self-conscious of like my class can be boring because I'm just giving you the details and the foundation. So just finding that nice balance. But once I started, I felt close to the end. I felt like now I'm in California. We just got married. I want children. Okay, maybe dance is gonna take like the back end now, and I'm gonna slow down. And I tried to slow down, and then something came over me, and I was this close to being like, okay, I think I'm done with salsa. I think I need to do something else. And then I said, wait, have I ever done a solo? And I thought the only solo I ever did was on So You Think You Can Dance, because they required a solo performance. I came ready with my dance partner with all the tricks and everything, but when it was time to me do it by myself, I was like, well, what do I do now? So I put my favorite song, and I freestyled on that stage, and I got through. So the only solo I've ever done didn't even get televised. So I thought, okay, well, Melanie, before you decide to quit, you should do a solo for yourself, right? And so I went back into that childlike mentality, and I got really excited about creating a costume for myself and what song am I gonna pick and how am I gonna cut the song. And I got into that mode of like, I'm gonna just be excited about this. Like, why shouldn't I be? Let me like bring that excitement back. So I think that as I started doing that, I started going to the gym and using the yoga studio and start trying to create for myself. Because a lot of my classes, I'm creating for my students. What do they need? What do they, right, have to grow in? This isn't for me, this is for them. So my solo told me something about, this is for you. How do you want to show your creativity and be out there? So as I'm in the studio working on my solo and going, no one knows I'm doing this, and it's just my own little secret and enjoying it and loving it, I get a message from Giovanni, and Giovanni was Charm's assistant choreographer. And Giovanni worked on In the Heights with me. And at that time, In the Heights, right, they brought all these onto salsa dancers, but there was also a bunch of industry hip-hop jazz dancers, right? So when it was time for them to learn salsa, they all came to us like, can you guys help us? And we're like, of course, like we want this to look great. So we took a lot of our time to just teach them and allow them to feel comfortable and, invited. I guess that's what stayed in Giovanni's mind. And Charm asked him, hey, we need someone that's like authentic, that knows salsa, that's versatile. We need someone strong. Yeah. And I guess he said, I have someone, let me see, because I think she's living in California. So I get a message from him, and he's like, hey, I have a friend that wants to work on a project. Do you mind if I share your number? And I'm like, of course, like when, you don't get those messages very often. Yeah. So you pray, like I pray that my name is being mentioned in rooms that I'm not in, but it's rare that happens. So I was like, yeah, of course. And I know Giovanni, he's, super talented. So I know anything he's going to share, it's something worth it. So I'm like, at that time, Brandon, my husband, was on a work trip, and he was on a 9-day work trip. And I was by myself in this house with the dog. And I was on like day 2 of solitude. And I was going crazy. I was emotional. I was like going into depression. It was so dramatic for no reason. But I remember on the 3rd day, I like prayed to God, and I said, God, please let me survive these 9 days by myself. I need to make it through. Like, I'm way too emotional. I don't know what's going on. And funny enough, like there was always those silent moments where I would feel nothing was happening, and I'd go, like, it's moving, it's just moving slow. And I would tell myself that constantly, like, it's moving, but it's moving slow. Yeah. So I remember on that 3rd day, I'm just like, all right, well, let me try to make some boiled eggs or something. And then like, I'm washing the dishes. So I get this call, and I'm washing dishes. I get this call, and it says like California. And I don't recognize the number. And lo and behold, I would be the one to ignore the call because it's unknown. But I said, actually, I just told Giovanni that someone was going to reach out. So let me pick up. So I pick up the phone, hands all wet. I'm like, hello. Hi, is this Melanie? I'm like, yeah, this is she. Yeah, this is Charm. I said, who? I swear, like the blood rushed to my toes. I had to stop. I had to sit. I said, yeah, what's up? She's like, oh yeah, Giovanni mentioned someone that's, versatile, and I wanted to find someone that's strong in salsa and this and that. I, at this point, still had no idea. Again, we don't think dates of events I'm not thinking what time of the year it is. So I'm like, Charm is reaching out, something's cool. So I'm like, yeah, I'm so down. I was like, yeah, absolutely, yes, I'm so down. So she called me, and it was a quick phone call. And I remember closing that phone, and in that moment, I felt like the world zoomed out into like the house I was in, and then it zoomed out into like California, and then it zoomed out into America, and then it zoomed out into the earth, and then it went right back to me, and I was like, me? And I told my sister, the first person I told was like, oh my God, someone reached out to me. She's like, for when? I'm like, I don't know, I'm not sure. And then she said, bitch, it's the Super Bowl. And I said, no way. I was like, no way. And I have that text because she was the first one to call it out and said, it's for the Super Bowl. It's Bad Bunny. And I said, oh my God, I'd be so excited, because all year I was listening to that album. And before we even knew that there was grass people at the Super Bowl, right? The people that walked. It's so funny because that was my first joke. The moment I saw Bad Bunny was doing Super Bowl, I said, I will be a palm tree in the corner. I just want to be there, please. Yeah. Like praying to God, like, please, I just want to be a palm tree. And then all these people walking, I'm like, I wanted to be one of you guys, but I got to choreograph. So it was pretty funny. But yet again, I didn't know what it was for. So then I got called into a meeting, and actually, no, not even the meeting first. She was like, okay, well, we're going to have a meeting in about 2 hours. I want you to hop on it. So I'm like, okay, cool. So I hop on the meeting, and they're kind of talking very vague. So then I go to her house the next day, and she's like, okay, well, so we're doing this and this, and then she stops, and she's like, wait, do you know what we're working on? I said, no, I don't. She's like, oh, we're doing Super Bowl. Yeah, so blah, blah, blah. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah. No biggie. Hold on, let me go to the bathroom. I literally went to the bathroom. I was like, started crying, and then I come back, I'm all composed, like, yeah, so business, But I think even in those moments, it's so interesting to see people like them who are so accomplished, These jobs are like, they are jobs, and you have to go because they're probably thinking of the next job as they're doing this one. Yeah. And for me, I was in that cloud of, I'm doing Super Bowl. I can't even think of anything past this. Like, This is the moment for me. And there was a sense of fear, because I felt, is everyone else going to be happy for me that I got this? Because there's so many people that could do this, There's so many people that are talented enough, that have all the requirements in salsa. I hope that they all feel like, I deserve it as well. But the one thing I felt going into it was, I belong here. Like, there was a bone in my body that was like, you don't overthink it. You've been training for your whole life for this moment. So yeah, it was pretty intense to just find out what I was doing, to find out how involved I went from one day to the next. I'm on like a Zoom call, and I'm seeing all the rendering and all the 3D images, and I'm just like, I have access to the Super Bowl rendering. Like, I couldn't wrap my head around that, from coming someone that felt so invisible for so many years, because at this point I'd been dancing for 18 years of my life. So it did not feel quick at all, but it did feel like from one day to the next, everything changed.
And I remember you told me that Charm gave you the choice if you wanted to dance, or if you wanted to be on the choreography team. And that's a big choice. Yeah. So why did you ultimately make the choice that you made?
Yeah, she definitely was like, well, you can't do both because they don't allow it. But do you want to be? And I thought, this is so important. Like, for my mom, I could be the choreographer, but for her to see me would be more to her, like to see me on the screen. So I was really thinking of my mom and my family. Like, well, they're going to see me. And if I'm choreographing, no one will see me. But then I thought, what's bigger, right? Like, obviously being part of, and then I thought, well, there's 300 dancers and there's 4 people in the choreography team. I said, Melanie, go on that choreography team, because that's definitely more value. But I also thought in that moment, if I was called to do that, God put me there because I believe he knew the leadership that they needed at the time. And something I've been very like strong about is being a kind leader, you know, and sharing just like the joy of dance and reminding people that we're here to dance, you know, even though it's like, you know, everyone has to fight for their spot and everything. Like, this is still a celebration of life that we're using our bodies for. So I thought that that's why, I believe that's why I was placed there. It was just to remind people that, like, we can get this job done. It's stressful, but I don't have to be nasty, mean, or rude for you to get your job done. So let's get to the job. Let's get it done. Because I think a lot of people, this big opportunity would have gotten over their head, you know, unfortunately, and it happens a lot. It's, you know, it could be one thing and it's just like, that's it, I'm the big person, whatever. But I've always tried to keep this humble bone in my body because otherwise, I'm going to be lost.
And let me tell you, she did not stop the grind there, because as soon as Super Bowl was over, she flew to Georgia to gear prep with us. We're prepping gear, guys. We're rolling cables. We're stocking the duct tape. Yeah. It's like, and that's just like kudos to you. Yeah. It's on to the next. You had one of the biggest moments, and then you're jumping right back into the day to day. But what was so cool about it, and I'm really gonna try not to cry right now, but so we had our whole team there, like our photographers, our videographers, like all of us there at our Georgia warehouse in the middle of Carrollton, Georgia. It's in the middle of nowhere. And so we know that Mel is landed, and we know that she's coming. And at this point, she hadn't even gone home. Like, she hadn't even seen Brandon yet. And so we're like, okay, we have to put on the Super Bowl performance, because at this point, she hadn't even seen it. She was there, but she didn't see the production of it. So as soon as she gets there, we pop bottles of champagne as she's walking in, and we have it playing, and I lost it.
I remember...
Because just watching her watch her work.
Yeah.
Knowing we've all seen the hustle.
Yeah.
And no one more deserving. And I'll leave it at that,
I remember seeing your husband post. He was so proud too, you guys. She is the best husband. They are the cutest. Such a supporting, loving relationship. But I remember seeing him post. It's like watching thousands of little Mels on the stage. And it really was, because I watch your classes religiously. You're a big inspiration to me as well. And it really was. You could see Melanie in every dancer. What was it like to see your choreography on that grand of a stage, but not just your choreography, something that's part of your culture, that's a part of your history, your family? What did that mean to you and to your family?
Yeah. Well, I just want to say that moment at the warehouse, I had one day to go home. Brandon wasn't home, so I didn't see anyone. I just touched home, repacked, and then went to Georgia. I was at the airport, and people were watching it on their phones, and I'm just like, oh my gosh, no one knows that I choreographed for Super Bowl. So I'm just watching people watching it. I'm just like, wow. So when I get to Georgia, they pop all these like little sprinkle thingies, and I remember like, wait, this is the first time I'm being celebrated for it, you know, because I hadn't seen any of my immediate family. So it was like the first hug that I got was from the team, and like the first, you know, because I don't know, I feel like I thought some people were going to be like, oh my God, you did Super Bowl, but I guess they were expecting it.
Oh yeah, this is us.
Oh yes.
Oh yes.
We're all tired.
We popped
the stuff.
Yeah, and that's in our warehouse, and we were all just standing there watching her watch it and just crying and all the things.
It was so emotional, and it was very special. I felt in that moment, it reminded me why I even stayed at CAR for so long, you know, and why, because as much as you guys see, I mean, you guys work with like huge talent, and to just find that time to celebrate me and someone that comes from where you guys are, it was super meaningful, and I felt so loved and so seen in that moment. So I really appreciated you guys taking that time. But going back to seeing 1,000 Little Me's, it was super funny because a lot of people wrote to me, like my students on Instagram, and were like, were you out there? Or they said, oh my God, I knew that you were in there because the movement, I could tell your movement. Yeah. Or like, you know, a student that maybe I had once or twice, they were just like, you know, I was thinking of someone and I couldn't put a finger on who I thought it was. It makes so much sense. It was you. And that really gave me so much confidence to just in the moment when I was thinking, are people going to be happy for me? That's when I felt validated in the sense that like it makes like people knew like, yeah, this would make sense. And walking onto the Super Bowl set, and they're recreating my neighborhood, for example, right? They're recreating the Bronx and In the Heights and all these things. And I'm like, wow, there's a deli grocery the same way we are, So it was like walking into the set. I'm like, I don't know if people understand what this means to some of us, like we're home in the biggest stage in the world and we're singing and dancing in Spanish, when a lot of people don't even understand it. It was honestly life-changing. I couldn't have imagined being there in that moment, but I didn't want to leave once it was done. Yeah.
And so pretty soon after that, you get booked to do the Coachella performance for Karol G. Can you talk about what that process was? Because, I mean, Super Bowl and Coachella are like a choreographer's dreams, and you booked them back to back.
Yeah.
How?
Honestly, God, honestly, because when we were doing Super Bowl, obviously we had the celebrities in the front of the house, and I was like, oh my God, Karol G. Like I'm a huge fan. So I remember Cardi B was also there. And Cardi B comes from the same like neighborhood I grew up in. Like I knew Cardi B before she was Cardi B. Like we were in the park, her sister, like I knew them. We were friends. Like it was the whole thing. So I remember thinking like, oh my God, look, Cardi B's there. So I actually told her like, do you know that you're the first boy-girl party that I ever went to was at your house? Stop. And she's like, no way. I know exactly what you're talking about. We got in so much trouble for that. Blah, blah. I'm like, yeah, remember, we had to run out the house. But like that's such a funny story that the first boy-girl party I ever went to was at Cardi B's house, literally. But Karol G's right next to her, right? And, we're now taking them. And I remember just telling Karol, like, oh, my God, you look gorgeous right now. And she's like, do I really? Thank you. And I thought, she was so humble for asking, like, do I? I'm like, girl, you look great. But that was very sweet and humble. But at that time, Gaga, who was, like, the secret artist, because that's a whole nother thing. I had to choreograph the entire thing to the instrumental, right? There was no lyrics, none of the dancers knew it was Gaga, no one heard a peep. So I would choreograph and I would tell them, guys, I promise this is going to the lyric. You just don't know what the lyric is yet, but trust me. So they only knew that it was Gaga the day before the Super Bowl when we did our mock performance, and Gaga shows up in her entire outfit and she's on the mic and she's like, if the world, and they're like, I'm like, dance. It was, and then they were just like, and you can see all the dancers, tears in their face because they didn't know they were going to dance to Lady Gaga, a song we had all just heard throughout the year in a salsa version for the very first time. It was monumental. But Gaga at the time was on her tour, and Paris Goebel choreographed Gaga's tour. So Paris was there. And I guess that was all she needed to be like, I need a Latin choreographer. So Paris reached out to me and was like, first of all, just that Instagram DM message to see Paris sent you a message. I said, what is this? I said, is this how it is, guys? Is this how it starts? Just ball effect. So yeah, she messaged me and was like, hey, like, do you want to work with me on Coachella for Karol? So subtle, so calmly. I'm like, yeah, I would love to. What? And I remember going to Brandon and going like, you have no idea what just came up. And like, I have to go here and I have to fly and I have to go here and I have to fly here. So it was super insane. It was crazy to then meet Karol and for her to connect with me in the way she did. And, you never know with artists. They're so busy. They're in and out. Like, they come in, they show up. But she's very humble. She's very communicative and very into her work. So she would come up to me and be like, Melanie, can you please make sure they do this? Or Melanie, can you please make sure they don't do that? Like, things like that. And I'm like, absolutely. But that was... it was interesting to just be in that space because I had been with a lot of the dancers that are on her Coachella set. I've known them from New York, from walks of life, and they were all so excited when they saw me and were like, yes, like authentic, yes. So it's just cool to be in these new rooms that, people are excited to see me because there's always that fear of like, am I welcomed here? Like, you guys are about to learn some new stuff. So yeah, it was really meaningful, and to be able to go to Coachella and to be there for both weekends. And I'm watching the show and I'm next to Karol's parents and I'm just like, it's so funny. This is an intel, but I'm walking and obviously I tried to, get all dressed up because people be dressing up. So I'm like, let me dress up. So Kara's parent, her dad comes up to me. He's like, "Hey, how are you? Thank you so much. Like, thank you for helping my daughter." And I'm like, "You're welcome." Yeah, right? He thought I was Becky G. I thought that was so funny. And he didn't tell me that, but I knew. I'm like, I know exactly who you think I am. And it's so funny because that's not me, but you're welcome. But it was really funny, though. I'll never forget that.
I just want to ask, so as you said, your culture was on display on the big screen across the world. How does it feel knowing that you have all of these little Latin kids looking up to you, being like, she's doing it. She put salsa on the map. She's bringing it. She's made so many other kids want to jump into a salsa class. Like, what does that feel like for you to be able to, number one, be a part of that historical moment that was so needed in the year of 2026 in the US, but number two, like, what does it feel like knowing you're fulfilling like that purpose within this lifetime?
Dang, that's deep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's deep.
It's true.
It is true. And I do feel like I am fulfilling a purpose. It's way bigger than me. I'm just being used for it. But like I try to say right now, I opened a door, but this isn't where I swing the door open and break down the walls, right? This is just me opening a door. It is still a very long road for Latin culture and Latin dancing in general. We're still fighting to be respected, even in the rooms that we are in. We're still fighting for our voices to be heard more and more every time, because now it's like, you know, it can be a trend of like, well, let's include them. But now when you include us, are you listening to us? You know, and I think there's still some space for that, and there's still some growth for that. But the way I see it and the way I like to think about it is I'm planting seeds in these kids, you know, and I'm planting a seed. And the seed can only be as simple as, I want to dance something different. Yeah. I don't have to follow the crowd, right? Or I can be seen in a different light, you know? Because again, like for me, I'm a dancer. I've always been a team player. I've always had leadership, but I've never been put in that place of lead, you know? Yeah. And so I've always waited for that moment because I want to do it from a kind and genuine place. And I want to remain humble throughout the entire time. And I always say, if I'm not going to get to the end being kind and humble, then I'm never going to get there. Yeah. Because I can't allow myself to fight. All these years I fought to remain kind and humble. Now when I get it and God goes, here, have it, to then change, you know, he can take it away just as easily. So I think that for me, even now that I am in this place, I'm like, stay where you were, stay where you are, just be smarter, be bolder, be brave, but stay in that same mindset, because this is what's going to propel you more, you know? And again, I even get frustrated in these spaces because I'm like, well, now I'm here, like, use me to the best of my abilities. But I'm having to almost like start over, you know? I worked 15 years in the salsa world where I walk into a room and everyone knows my name in the salsa congresses, you know, or conventions, but we call them congresses. Everyone knows my name. Oh, Melanie, that's Melanie. Oh my God, Melanie, you dance with this person. And now I'm walking into these big sets and no one knows me. You know, and they're kind of like, maybe they can overlook me because I'm pretty much nobody there. However, the way I see it is, if we all have VIP access to this place, that means we all did something where we worked hard enough to be in here. Right. So everybody deserves respect, right? Like even the person in the back connecting the cables, he's the best cable connector there is, and that's why he's here. You get what I'm saying? Like, it is that important, and it is that serious. And that's why, and I think people forget that little thing of like, if we all are in this set and we all have VIP, we all worked really hard to get VIP, so you should respect everyone the same way than like the director or the choreographer or the producer, you know? Oh, absolutely. I think that gets lost a little.
Wow. Well, we could not be more proud of you.
Thank you so
Your
much.
Carr family is so proud of you, and this is such a full circle moment. I feel like we manifested this,
did,
literally.
honestly. Talked a lot about this.
I was like, we're going to get you on our podcast at some point, and then look at us now. So just so proud of you.
Thank
we
you.
cannot wait to see where your career takes you next. Like, this is just the beginning for you.
Thank you. I will be doing some contributing choreographies for Carol's tour. Okay. And that comes out on Friday, so super excited when you see those skirts flowing. I did that.
She did that. Well, thank you so much. Make sure you guys follow Melanie.
Thank you all for being
show
here.
her some love. Thank you all
Thank
for
you,
an amazing
ladies.
week. Love you.
Thank you, guys.
And thank you all. That's the wrap for our HDE Parent Teacher Workshop. So thanks for chatting with us all week. Yes. And we'll have fun at the gala tonight.